Good morning. We're going to get started with an invocation from Pastor Glenn Quirk of Westmore Community Church, and that will be followed by the Pledge of Allegiance, led by Jackson Gunter, representing Boy Scouts Troop 569. Please stand.
We thank you for the gift of today, for waking us up this morning, where we can enjoy you, we can enjoy life, we can enjoy each other. God, we thank you for this great state. We thank you for this amazing city. Father, I'm grateful for the men and women up here today that have been called, have been elected, have been appointed. God, I pray that you would give them wisdom as we have this meeting today. Father, we know that we make plans, but you direct our steps. And so we submit ourselves to your wisdom, and Father, to your knowledge. God, I pray just for all the matters that we'll be discussing today. I pray for unity in those matters. And anytime there's not unity, we just pray for civility. Father, I pray that we would leave this place with a greater appreciation of you and who you are. And it's in Jesus' name we pray. Amen.
Please join with me in the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you, Pastor Quirk. Thank you, Jackson. All right, I've called this meeting of the City Council to order. We have a cornucopia of items under Office of the Mayor this morning. We'll begin with a quick presentation at the front of the room, and I will invite Donna McCurtry to join me there. All right, Donna. Well, you are our City Employee of the Month, and we'd like to learn a little bit more about you, and so I'd ask the clerk to read this resolution.
Whereas Donna McMurtry has been a city employee for 30 years and is the Development Center Liaison for the Development Services Department. And whereas Donna McMurtry is an asset to the development community by coordinating resolutions and meetings for major and minor development stakeholders. And whereas Donna McMurtry works daily with our residents through email, phone calls, and Microsoft Teams meetings to assist in resolving issues and explaining the process with permits, inspections, licensing, certificate of compliance issues, plan review, and various other departmental procedures. And whereas Donna McMurtry regularly works with the City Council office to assist with resident concerns in various projects. And whereas Donna McMurtry coordinates pre-development meetings, both in person and virtual, with the development community to improve communication and assist with navigating the numerous requirements when developing and building structures. And whereas Donna McMurtry works with OKC Alliance and the OKC Chamber for Economic Development regarding several proposed projects and new large confidential projects coming to the Oklahoma City area. And whereas Donna McMurtry always has an exceptional work ethic, never skips a beat, and is always the first person to offer guidance and give a helping hand to anyone in need. And whereas Donna McMurtry received a citation of appreciation from State Representative Marcus McIntyre for going above and beyond in helping Oklahoma City's residents, and has also received multiple thanks and appreciation emails and phone calls from those residents. And whereas this council desires to recognize Donna McMurtry for her dedication, compassion, and commitment to the residents of the city of Oklahoma City. Now therefore be it resolved by the mayor and council of the city of Oklahoma City that they do hereby thank and commend Donna McMurtry, August 2023, South Oklahoma City Kiwanis Club Employee of the Month.
Well, Donna, you are the face of our city for a not insignificant group of people, and obviously you're doing a great job at it. We're so grateful for your service, and especially for 3 decades. That's an amazing tenure. This is a resolution, so we would like to pass this real quick, and then we'd love to hear a few words from you. So let's see if we can get a motion and a second, and more importantly, we can get the system woken up this morning. Okay, we have a motion and a second. Cast your votes. I wish to vote aye. Passes unanimously. So, Donna, I'm curious, where have you always been in development services all these years?
I started employees, went to utilities, and then development services.
Well, we have a lot of stories like that, people who've moved around but have always been an incredible asset to the people of Oklahoma City. And so we're grateful for you, and we'd love to hear a few words if you might share.
Okay. Well, I just want to thank you, Mayor. Thank you, City Council, and the South Kiwanis. I'm very honored to accept this award, and I enjoy helping the residents, Oklahoma City residents, and the development community every day, and I couldn't do it without the entire city staff that helps me do that. So thank you very much.
Yeah, well, thank you. Let's hear it for Donna. Okay. Now we have some appointments. We have appointments to Bond Advisory, the Library Commission, and the Park Commission. These are items 3B, 3C, and 3D. We could take those with one motion. All right, we have a motion and a second. Cast your votes. Passes unanimously. And this brings us to one of our favorite times of the year, and that is the appointment of the Youth Council for the upcoming academic year. That's the item 3E. And generally how we do this is we're going to go around, go through all the wards and then the at-large. And I think they're going to come right up. All right, so they're not going to wait for us to invite them. I like that. That's kind of ambition that got them on the Youth Council.
Mayor, I am so
Yes, Debbie.
pleased this morning at City Council to present the 23-24 Youth Council class. I would also like to take this opportunity to thank our program co-chairs, one of whom we know among our body is Chief Richard Kelly, and then Gloria Torres. So this is their last year serving as program co-chair. Kim Garrett and Spencer Brown. Spencer, would you stand up? With OG&E will be our program co-chairs beginning next year. So thank you very much, and we look forward to working with the Youth Council this year.
All right, and of course that was Debbie Martin, the queen of the Youth Council. So we're very grateful for her service. So like I said, we'll go through 1 through 8, and then we'll do at large. So let's start with Ward 1.
Thank you, Mayor. Well, I'd like to introduce Caroline Puckett. She is from Yukon High School. She'll be the class of 2025. Caroline Puckett is a junior at Yukon High. She's active in the National Honor Society, National Technical Honor Society, tennis team, yearbook, and was selected to attend the National Youth Leadership Forum in Engineering. Caroline is the editor for the school yearbook, which won the award for the best yearbook in the state of Oklahoma. For the last 2 summers, Caroline has volunteered at Camp Barnabas, serving youth and adults with disabilities. She also enjoys photography and recently was in the HOSA competition highlighting different health careers. Caroline is a part-time employee at Wonderfully Made Therapy Services, and some of the main issues that Caroline thinks are facing the youth in Oklahoma City are anxiety, disrespect for authority, and the inability to engage in conversations. Next is Alma Delora. Okay, I'm sorry, I didn't want to butcher that. She also attends Yukon High School, and she is the class of 2025 as well. She is a junior, And Alma participates in student council, Spanish club, sports medicine, where she provides assistance to players at practices and games along with organizing school blood drives and academic team competitions and tournaments and quiz bowls. One organization that led to an ongoing interest in local government was Leaders of Tomorrow. Alma participated in a mock city council where her interest grew to see how local government can improve people's lives. She likes to volunteer at church, but two of the problems that she sees facing the youth in Oklahoma City are academic and anxiety-related issues. She would like to see after-school workshops for students who face difficulties with homework and anxiety. But additionally, she is a National High School Scholar and member of the National Honor Society. Please join me in welcoming them to the Ward 1 Youth Council. So I got some pins for you guys. These are the city seal.
Way to set the tone, Councilman. Ward 2 now up.
Sorry, I was doing my best not to mispronounce these young people's names. It's a teacher thing. We try not to. First, Britt Malherbe. Britt is a junior at Heritage Hall. Britt is on the headmaster's honor roll, the dean's honor roll, and was the 3A team state tennis champion for 2022. Other activities Britt enjoys are basketball, Mobile Mills, Youth Leadership Oklahoma City, Special Olympics as a referee, and mountaineering with the goal of climbing Mount Denali in 2025. What are y'all gonna do? Britt has lived in Oklahoma City his entire life and has seen firsthand how much it has grown and changed over a short amount of time. He realizes that the growth and change is accomplished by the city council and its members. Britt thinks homelessness is a serious problem in our community. He would like to see more opportunities to improve shelters, life skills, and job training for the homeless. Kate Pro, did I get it right? Yes, I'm so good at this. Is a junior at Oklahoma Science and Math. Kate has been on the superintendent's honor roll for the last 9 semesters, maintaining a 4.0 GPA, and was freshman student council president. She is co-president and founder of National History Day Club, which she formed after noticing a lack of participation in National History Day competition. She received the Scholastic Gold Key for Film, Technological Science Diamond Award, and the MVP Award at Cameron University Computer Science Summer Academy. She is a master carpenter in her musical theater class design and a teaching aide during summers at the Northern Oklahoma Flight Academy. Kate is also very involved in participating in computer science and technology competitions. One issue Kate sees facing Oklahoma's youth, where's Debbie? This is a good one for you to hear. We work on this. This issue that has Kate's attention is Oklahoma City's youth not being adequately prepared for college or adult life. She would like to see programs that involve study skills, resume building, and navigating government, I like you all, y'all are great, how to navigate government forms. Welcome to Ward 2, both of you.
All right, Ward 3.
Thank you, Mayor. Good morning. First, I'd like to introduce Mr. Elliott Cruz. Elliott is a senior at Western Heights High School. He was the top JET Student of the Year at Western Heights. He's a National Honor Society member, a student council member, and is on the school security board. Elliott's awards include UCO High School Martin Luther King Oratory Competition first place winner, Best Speaking Award, and Outstanding Reading, English, and History Award. Elliott is a worship leader for evening service at his church, the lead photographer and editor for his high school yearbook. Excuse me. He plays the piano in the school jazz band and has been an acting troupe member since 2020. Elliott thinks an issue that young people face today is a lack of good education. He would like to see Oklahoma City place more emphasis on education through funding and programs. Elliott, welcome to council. Next, I would like to introduce Morgan Vaughn. Ms. Vaughn is a senior at Mustang High School and is the current student council president and the incoming senior student council president. She is also the journalism club and yearbook. Morgan has a part-time job at Bath Sorbet where she is responsible for making products, training new employees, and selling inventory. Some hobbies and interests Morgan has include reading, going to the lake, playing cards, and hiking. Morgan has an interest in learning more about what happens in the non-public meetings of city employees, how officials solve the social issues in our society today, and what it means to be a public official by not only being the face that is seen. Another issue that is important to Morgan is in regards to cyberbullying. It is a huge issue facing our young people in Oklahoma City. She would like to see the comment sections of social media turned off. Morgan, thank you and welcome to council.
All right, Ward 4.
Thank you, Mayor. We're going to start with Maribel Ramirez Ortiz, who's a junior at Aztec Charter School. Maribel plays volleyball and is on the cheer team at school. Passion is an understatement when describing Maribel's love for cycling. Not only does Maribel like to compete, she also loves to encourage others to get involved in the community through cycling. She enjoys cycling through the Wheeler District and all the new bike trails Oklahoma City has to offer. Maribel is involved in Art Space at Untitled, where she is currently working on a project creating a block print based on the Aztec calendar. An issue Maribel thinks is impacting the youth in Oklahoma City is not being heard. She thinks really listening to someone who might be going through a hard time is important. Next, we have Edgar Rangel. He is a junior at Southeast High School. Edgar is a student who likes physical activity and challenges. He's a weightlifter and loves working in the community garden. His father's influence inspires his dedication to work hard. He is active in the debate club and loves conversation on a personal and group level. Edgar will be the Stuco representative for the class this year. When he's not at school, Edgar has a part-time job at a restaurant. Edgar likes to pursue opportunities beyond local government. His goal is to make changes for a better place to live in for generations to come. Some serious issues Edgar thinks are facing the youth in Oklahoma City are gun regulations and social media. He thinks the two are linked and the youth are losing sight of what is important. Congratulations and thanks both of you for being here. Thank you.
Ward 5.
Thank you, Mayor. We're going to start today with Hallie Hurt. She is a senior at Southmore High School. She participation in class secretary, the More Love Finance Chair, and More Love is a district-wide philanthropic group, the Vice President of the Student Leadership Athletic Committee, Chick-fil-A Leadership Academy. We should take care of those management skills. And varsity cheer captain. Hallie's worked part-time at Humus Restaurant as a waitress. She sees herself making a change in our community through leadership. One issue that she sees as a problem to the youth in Oklahoma City is teenage students who do not want to participate in government or learn who is running it on a local basis. Very true. Hallie thinks communication is the key to introducing students to ideas of involvement in the community planning. And next, Mark Wynn. Mark is a senior at Westmore High School in many accomplishments, including an Eagle Scout, black belt in Taekwondo, class president from 2021 and 22, National Honor Society top service hours with 2023. He volunteers as a tutor for 4th through 8th graders in all subjects. He's also an architect intern where he works with architects to measure buildings, draft proposal, and manage project task list. Mark believes vaping is a serious problem facing the youth in Oklahoma City, and he would like the city to provide increased awareness to the elementary and middle schools. Another problem Mark sees facing the youth in Oklahoma City is anxiety and depression, and he would like to see changes in the way the youth perceive success or failure and raise confidence. And welcome both these fine students to the City Council.
So I will welcome Andrea Ramirez to Youth Council. Andrea is a junior at Aztec Charter High School, and she participates on the cheer team. She participated in the Hispanic Cultural Day at the state capitol and was in the dance troupe Mini Candela, directed by Marty Rickman, and invited to dance at Fiestas de las Americas and the Metropolitan Library downtown for a cultural event. Andrea would like to see more urban planning like parks in our community. Two issues that Andrea sees facing the youth in Oklahoma City is peer pressure and drug abuse. She believes that Oklahoma City officials and leaders can address those issues by having more programs and resources available to adolescents who might be going through those issues. Also, we have Arleth Adelano. Arleth is a senior at Santa Fe South High School. She is on the principal honor roll and is outstanding student for biology and Spanish 1. She is active on the volleyball and softball teams, along with participating on the yearbook staff and pre-med club. Arleth is a part-time associate at the Buckle Clothing Store and was inspired to apply to Youth Council because of her friend and past Youth Council participant, Anna Lopez. Arleth saw Anna become passionate about her community and participate in speaking engagements, assemblies, and in class discussions. Arleth sees mental health as a serious issue facing Oklahoma City's youth, and she would like to see more resources and funding for this issue in the schools. Welcome Andrea and Arleth to Youth Council.
Ward 7.
Thank you. I would say we have the best young people to ever come to Ward 7. Very excited about this. I'd like to introduce you to Ava Blakely. She's a junior at Santa Fe South High School. She is the National Honor Society and competes in spelling bees, creative writing, and poetry competitions. And I did ask her if she would do a poem about her experience, so she probably will do that. Some of her extracurricular activities include jiu-jitsu and Muay Thai. Ava recently started taking piano lessons after years of self-practice and currently participates on the school archery team. One issue that Ava would like to improve in the youth of Oklahoma City is mental health. She would like to see programs in schools that encourage counselors to have biannual checkups with students, such as Safe Circle, where struggles and problems can be addressed. Another problem Ava sees in her community is the lack of public transportation. She believes the way the system is formatted excludes some students being able to participate in extracurricular activities. She would like to see students have better access with lower fares on the city transit system. And we also want to honor her parents who are working today, Jeremy Blakely and Yoon Kim. And we have Christian Raju. That's it, right? Okay, thank you. Christian Raju is a junior at Oklahoma Academy for Science and Mathematics. And he has been on the honor roll and the high honor roll. He serves as a student council and I didn't even know there was a thing as a high honor roll, did you? He serves on the student council and serves on the school newspaper and Olympiad team. Christian participates in clubs including the Asian Culture Club, the Business Club, the Math Club, and the Federation of Islamic Athletes. He enjoys being on the cross-country team and plays the trombone. Christian has a passion for medicine in our community and has spent over 250 hours volunteering at the Mid-Del Community Free Clinic. Some pressing issues that he sees facing the youth in Oklahoma City are poverty, lack of opportunity, drug abuse, teen health care, e-cigarette addiction and vaping, as well as gang violence. And he would like to see the City Council invest in programs and policies that provide young people with opportunities for education, job training, and mentorship. And his mother is here with him on today. And where is she? All right, we want to acknowledge his mother being with him to support him on this morning. So please help me welcome to the Youth Council, Ava and Christian.
Ward 8.
Thank you, Your Honor. First, I'd like to introduce Declan Brewer. Declan is a junior at Deer Creek High School. He was the first in his class to receive the Kindness Award from the principal for being kind to the cafeteria staff all year. He is also in the National Honor Society and earned academic excellence recognition from the Deer Creek Foundation. He has worked part-time for Jimmy John's and as a counselor aide at Camp DeConnie. He enjoys playing both on the soccer team and the football team at school. He doesn't know if he will run for political office, but he would like to volunteer for a campaign. I think one of us can find you that job as a volunteer. He sees vaping and alcohol use as a serious problem facing the youth of Oklahoma City. He would like to see more negative campaigns about these products. His parents are here today. Aaron and Sean, would you all raise your hands? We're glad to have you. Next, I'd like to introduce Grace McDougall. Grace is a senior at Bishop McGinnis Catholic High School. Grace participates in many activities, including volleyball, Student Council Executive Board, YLX Skills, Cleats for Kids, Varsity Executive Board, and the Payne Education Teen Board. She is also a member of the Spanish National Honor Society and was a junior homecoming court nominee, along with Student Visionary of the Year for the Leukemia Lymphoma Society. Grace would eventually like to pursue a career in politics. She has grown up with nightly discussions on politics at the dinner table. And I know those discussions are lively because once in a while her father calls me about city council issues. Some issues Grace sees facing the youth of Oklahoma City are mental health and homelessness. She believes even small changes in the community can have a big impact on these issues. Grace's folks are here. Amy and Chad, would you raise your hand? We're glad to have you here. Let's give everybody a big hand.
Thank you. And before I get to the at-large counselors, this has been alluded to a couple times. Would all the family members stand who came here today to support a member of the Youth Council? Let's give them our thanks. All right, it's my honor to introduce to you the at-large council members. We'll start with Andrea Coleman. And by the way, Andrea's mother is a city employee, I found out this morning. Andrea is a senior at Classen School of Advanced Studies. She participates in organizations including the Student Council, where she has served as president for the last 5 years. Is that true? That's like some kind of, that's electoral dominance we can all admire up here. She's also engaged in softball. She's the basketball manager. She's co-chair of the prom committee, committee chair of Senior Week, and is also active with the National Honor Society. Andrea has had several part-time jobs, and one of her favorites was working as a barista. Andrea would love to see less banned literature and historical content in schools. She would also like to see more community centers for teens as a way to find creative outlets and healthy lifestyle skills. We have something we're working on for you on that. John Hughes is a senior at Cassidy School. John participates in Oklahoma Youth and Government, where he serves as recruitment chair, is a member of the legislative branch and committee chair and clerk. He participated in the Cassidy School Voter Registration Drive in 2022 and helped 40 students register to vote for the general election. Some other activities include managing the boys tennis team and writing for the school publication, The Crier. As a hobby, John likes to write screenplays and play scripts. Mr. Cooper is going to maybe visit with you about that. One significant issue that John sees facing the youth in Oklahoma City is teen dating violence and would like to raise awareness about that. Please welcome the at-large council. That's the Youth Council. Let's keep them up here for a moment while we vote. This is actually an appointment, and so why don't we bring that up? Item 3E. We have a motion and a second. Cast your votes. Passes unanimously. Congratulations and welcome to the Youth Council. All right, I think you're going to follow Miss Debbie. Youth Council, of course, will meet with each other over the course of the year, and we'll learn about all aspects of our city government and our community at large. And of course, we'll also build a relationship with each of us, and it's a very rewarding for all of us engaged in the process. And I know that we enjoy it very much, and it's a special part of the city government. Very grateful to all those who keep it going. All right, we can probably power through. This may take a while for everyone to get out. All right, item 3F is an ordinance on final hearing. This is related, of course, to the zoning and planning code, although not the zoning and planning part of it. It's the Planning Commission. We talked about this a couple meetings ago. There's a pretty obscure, as it turns out, requirement on the Planning Commission to have a member of the Urban Design Commission. It's never been honored, and sort of as a matter of cleaning things up, I wanted to pursue just deleting the requirement because I do not have an expectation it will ever be fulfilled. And so this is as with most ordinance changes, this is the third of 3 meetings on the topic, and we could pursue passage if there is no comment, questions, or discussion. Hearing none, we've got a motion and a second. Cast your votes. Passes unanimously. Thank you very much, and thanks to staff for working with me on that. All right, that brings us to, we've completed items from the mayor, and we are now at item 4, items from council. It is my understanding, and it's marked on the agenda as such, that item 4A will be deferred, but we actually have to cast a vote on that because it's coming before the part of the agenda where we typically do that, and so we need a motion on that. And this will be a deferral to August 29th, Councilman Stonecipher. We have a motion and a second. Cast your votes. Passes unanimously. Item 4B is a resolution approving travel expenses for Councilwoman Nikki Nice to attend the ULI Oklahoma exchange trip at the end of September in Minneapolis. We have a motion and a second. Cast your votes. Passes unanimously and with the 6 required affirmative votes. Item 5, City Manager reports. Mr. City Manager.
We just have a couple on today. We don't have any formal presentations. I do want to note on the hotel tax collections, this is through the end of the fiscal year, last fiscal year. Our total collections were $18.3 million, 9.8% above collections the previous year. This is the highest level of hotel tax that we've received in the history of the city. And we backed up to prior to COVID. You know, coming out of COVID, hotels really struggled coming out of COVID and have done very well in the last couple of years especially. And we're now 16% above where we were that pre-COVID year, and that was on a rise. So really, really good year for hotel tax and performance with the hotels. So that's all that I have. We also have the claims and payroll on, and you can find that on okc.gov.
All right. Item 6 then, Journal of Council Proceedings. We have items A and B we can take with one motion. A motion and a second. Cast your votes. Passes unanimously. Item 7 is a request for uncontested continuances. We have items 11R and 11S that are already listed on the agenda to be deferred to different dates respectively. Is there anything else, Mr. City Manager?
Yes, starting on page 13, item 11E, this is PUD 1918. We have a request to defer this to December the 19th. Then on page 15, item 11U1, dilapidated structures. This item will be stricken from the agenda. It's item A, 817 Dean A. McGee Avenue, and the owner has removed the building. Then on 11V1, page 15, unsecured structures, all of these items will be stricken from the agenda. Item C, 9119 North Hudson Avenue. The owner has secured. Item F, 121 Northwest 17th Street. The owner has secured. Item J, 4148 Northwest 23rd Street. The owner has secured. Item K, 2345 Northwest 38th Street. The owner has secured. Item M, 237 Southwest 62nd Street. The owner is occupied. On page 16, item 11, W1, abandoned buildings. All of these will be stricken from agenda. These are the same items that were on unsecured structures, so it's the same reasons. This is item B, 9119 North Hudson Avenue. Item D, 121 Northwest 17th Street. Item G, 4148 Northwest 23rd Street. Item H, 2345 Northwest 38th Street, and item J, 237 Southwest 62nd Street. And that's all the items that I have.
All right, that brings us to item 8, revocable permits and events. Item 8A is a revocable permit with the Riversport Foundation for Riversport Challenge, a Tri-OKC Triathlon on September 9th. And we do have Tricia Downey who's signed up to speak.
Good morning. I'm Tricia Downey. I'm the National Events Coordinator at Riversport. I'm here to talk about the Tri-OKC Riversport Challenge, which we call TORC. Tri-OKC is the area triathlon club, and we are partnering with them to bring the only multi-sport event to downtown OKC. Athletes can choose from multiple events. The sprint triathlon, it's shorter than a regular triathlon. It's a 200-yard swim, 20-kilometer bike, 5K run. Or they could do an aqua bike, which is a swim and bike only, or a duathlon, which is a run, bike, run for those who can't swim. It starts at 8:30, finished by 12:30. But wait, there's more. We have a Bar K 5K, which is a run, a 5K run with your dog, starting at the Bar K restaurant and dog park. You can run with your dog, or you can run a 5K without your dog, and they will babysit it for you. So that's really nice event for the city. 3 points I wanted to make was one, that Tri-OKC has worked very closely with Oklahoma City Fire Department to really create a safe course for the bikes. Not going over tracks, because that would kind of delay your time, and just being very concerned about all involved on a street shutdown for the morning. 2, for the first time, last year we couldn't do a triathlon because we didn't have a safe place to swim. But this year, because of a MAPS 3 funding and the new filtration system in our lower pond, we can add a swim because of that clear water, and they actually practiced there and was just so happy that we could do a full triathlon. And 3, also because of MAPS, we're running a course on the new trail north of the Oklahoma City, just east of Riversport. So it's a 2.5 kilometer there, 2.5 kilometer back, and we have a complete triathlon. Next year, TORC will be run again on the second Saturday of September, because I like alliteration and it's easy to remember. And their future goal is to be USA Triathlon sanctioned, so that we can really attract other participants from outside of our state. And that's kind of the gist of it. Does anyone have questions?
Thank you. Council members from 6 and 7?
Well, if I can speak for both of us, I know we're excited about it, and we'll move for approval.
All right, we have a motion and a second. Cast your votes. Passes unanimously. All right, item 8B is a revocable right-of-way use permit with the Plaza District Chamber of Commerce to hold Live on the Plaza, Skate the Plaza, September 8th on Northwest 16th Street. No one has signed up to speak, but someone is making their way towards the podium. So would you mind?
I don't have to if I don't.
If you wish, state your name and address for the
Yeah,
record.
my name's Joel Parks. Address is 422 Northwest 27th Street, Oklahoma City, Oklahoma. And I work for the Plaza District along with the Executive Director, Rachel Linhart, who will help talk about Plaza Fest on the next item. But this is our 3rd year of doing Skate the Plaza. It's just grown into quite the event of counterculture. So we have not only skate obstacles, but also a lot of punk music. We have a lot of partnerships with quad skate community, which as well as vintage van collective. So it's just a really fun event that has just grown sizably to where we are now hoping to shut down more of the Plaza District to allow more of a walkable and honestly a safer environment, so that the skating can be more delegated to the street and the sidewalks can be more for people walking and viewing the activities. Yeah, it's September 8th, and it's a part of Live on the Plaza, but it's just grown to kind of be its own standalone event. So, yeah. Thank you.
Do you have beginner skating?
What's that?
Do you have beginner skating?
There is going to be some beginner sides where you can just kind of hang out there. There's always skateboard lessons with Cody from the OKC skateboard lessons. So if you just want to check it out, I'm like, I'm getting older. I used to skate, but now I just help plan.
Well, you might find Councilwoman Nice and I over there with some knee pads and elbow pads. Always really excited to see more of the streets open to more activity during these events. Like you said, just safer and to really facilitate the space to do something really creative like this. So I'll move for approval.
All right, we have a motion and a second. Cast your votes. Oh, no, maybe. Now we do. No? There we go. Passes unanimous.
Thank you all. Appreciate it.
Item 8C is a revocable right-of-way use permit with the Plaza District Chamber of Commerce to hold the Plaza District Festival on September 30th. And Rachel is here.
Good morning, City Council. Thank you for your time this morning. My name is Rachel Linhart. I'm the Executive Director of the Plaza District. Here in my hands, I have our 24th Annual Plaza District Festival flyer, designed by Joshua Boydston. He's often done the Norman Music Fest design, so I'll show you all back here too. If you see these around town, it is for Plaza Fest. What we have planned this year, is we have a partnership with ACM at UCO for a live music stage to give their students some real-life experience on how to produce a music festival and run stage, sound, things like that. We also have a main stage. We welcome as our headliner Josh Fudge. One of the coolest parts about this year's festival and having Josh is I remember him busking in the Plaza District and in Bricktown before he had hundreds of thousands of streams on Spotify and his album out now. We will have a live artist vendor market, live music, a kids area where everything goes. Dance studio is stationed. Also have food trucks and 50 plus businesses open with specials and programming, live comedy, lots of entertainment inside. And this will coincide with the Plaza Walls Mural Expo. In the past, we have had about 35,000 visitors just in one day. And we've been grateful for our community support. So I invite you all to come. If you decide to come, I will have VIP passes ready for you at the Friends of the Plaza area. All you have to do is give them your name and bring a valid ID. And we thank you for your time today.
Thank you. Councilwoman Hammond?
Always excited about this event, and I know Anna Farha, the chair of the event, or one of the chairs, I should say, had invited myself and I believe some other elected officials. I don't know who all has accepted yet, so I won't overpromise anything, but to participate in a panel about civic engagement, and so I think that's a really neat aspect of a little something for everybody. Folks who want to go do the family-friendly stuff, look at all the vendors, but also people who just want to sit and listen to people talk for a little while. So always excited to support y'all, and I will move for approval.
I have a motion and a second. Cast your votes. Passes unanimously. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
All right, 8D is a joint revocable permit with the Oklahoma City Water Utilities Trust and the LifeShare Foundation to hold the Little Red Heart Run Walk Social at the Lake Hefner Reservoir on September 23rd. And Heather Dean is here.
Good morning. Thanks for having us. I am Heather Dean. I'm with the LifeShare Network. This is our 6th year to have the Little Red Heart Run. We've moved locations a couple times, but we've been at Lake Hefner around the Stars and Stripes area for the past 3 years. Our event is dedicated to raising funds for the LifeShare Foundation, which gives back and creates awareness for organ donors, helps support donor families and recipients. And so our event is made as a fundraiser, but it's also a big family-friendly event for families to come and remember their loved ones who were an organ donor.
All right, well, wards 1, 2, 8, feel free to jump in.
I don't know if I can speak for everybody, but I know we're excited to have you and we look forward to doing it. My family has already showed interest to me that we're going to be out there to help support you guys. So If anybody else doesn't have anything, I'll move for approval.
We have a motion and a second. Cast your votes. Passes unanimously. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, we'll recess the council meeting now and convene as the Oklahoma City Municipal Facilities Authority, where we have items A through H. We could take with one motion. Staff has not requested executive session on G2. Got a motion and a second. Cast your votes. Passes unanimously. We'll adjourn OCMFA and convene as the Oklahoma City Public Property Authority, where we have items A through F. We could take with one motion. The motion and a second. Cast your votes. Passes unanimously. We'll adjourn OCPPA and reconvene as the council, where we are now at item 9, the consent docket. There's one scheduled presentation for item CA. Is there anything else that a council member wishes to pull out for a separate vote or separate discussion?
Mayor, I'd like to pull out BC for separate discussion.
BC?
Yes, please.
Okay.
Yes, I would like to pull out AB, AC, and AD for discussion, as well as BY and BZ for separate votes.
Separate votes?
Yes.
Okay.
BZ.
Okay. Anything else?
Yes. Just briefly, I'd like to hear, or I'd like for residents to hear a little bit more about the updates to this coming soon street enhancement. So for AW, about Portland Avenue, please. And BA, please. And that's just for comments. Thank
Okay.
you.
Okay. If there's nothing else, it's usually most convenient to start with separate votes. And so why don't we jump to 9, BY and BZ, which are related, and we could take with it, no parliamentary reason we can't take them together. So do we want to take a motion for BY and BC as a group?
And I'll just, to make
Sure.
a comment, these two items are related to MAPS 4 funds, change orders, et cetera, for the Paycom Arena. And just given that I don't really know anything about the discussion and proposal, despite questions that I've asked related to the announcements to build a new arena potentially, I don't feel comfortable allocating or spending more funds on a current arena when I don't know amount, timeline, or anything. It just feels it's something I don't want to do something that I'm not comfortable with when I don't really have all the information at hand.
All right. Do we have a, there we go. We have a motion and a second. Cast your votes. Passes 8-1. All right, now we'll go back and take everything else in order. And I believe that means we'll start with you, Councilwoman Hammond, at item AB.
Yeah, I just wanted to hear a little bit more from staff. I'm not sure who would speak to AD, just about these allocations, just so that the public knows a little bit more. And I think it's an exciting opportunity that we have for some new affordable housing in the city with some federal funds that I know we have been working through a process of allocating. So it looks like Chris is ready to give us some more information.
And before you come, I want to make a comment as far as the Ward 7 part of this. I don't agree with because of who is going to be the person receiving these funds, especially when we had the opportunity to look at people who are from our community that have done this work already instead of us pouring money into folks that have not been here before. And the fact that, again, this is, as we look at what affordable housing is supposed to be, if this is truly going to be affordable for the people who will be able to live here.
Good morning. I'm Chris Varga, Housing and Community Development Division Head in the Planning Department. So when these resolutions or proposals came in for the ARPA Affordable Housing Funds, we did a solicitation, we received a number of proposals, and we had a review committee rank them. We looked at a number of issues in terms of who they were serving for the recovery funds for ARPA. They were supposed to be serving basically lower than 60% AMI. So these are our lowest income qualifying families that would be served. So we got a number of proposals, we reviewed them, we interviewed a lot of the proposers to try and figure out what they were doing and get more details. We tried to pick a variety of different projects, some large projects, some small nonprofit projects. We negotiated with them the amounts that they asked for and what that they could live with and accomplish. We looked at how many units they were trying to provide and basically did a very thorough review when we made our decisions on who to recommend for funding. I think you all have gotten briefings before on the process that was gone through and some of the considerations that we looked at. The two that are before you today are the last two of the 9 that were recommended. The one was for Catholic Charities, and they're obviously a nonprofit in the Stockyards area, and they will be doing 12 duplex-type modular units for persons in their programming that they deal with a lot of, they have a women's shelter down there, largely homeless people. The other one is a LIHTC, low-income housing tax credit project at Crossroads Northeast. It's to create 56 units. I believe most all of them are 60% or below AMI type of income qualifications. And was there a specific question there I missed, Councilwoman?
No, that was, one of the things I was going to ask if you didn't address it was kind of what are those criteria that you had, sort of the rubric. I guess one question, just I think so the public knows a little bit more, how many proposals did you have to just say, sorry, no, we can't allocate any of these funds for?
I'm trying to remember. I think that we had 21 initial proposals come in, and we landed on 9.
Okay, yeah, oh yeah, I see that now, received 21 proposals. And and it says that there is approximately $49 million of requests. Are there other opportunities locally to, I'm sort of planting this question for you. I know the answer. Okay. To help those that didn't make the cut for this funding to still get those projects funded and completed.
I think you may be aware that several of those that we went ahead and recommended to the county to use their ARPA fundings, and they were going to help several of them. I think they had a $3 million allocation. There's also occasionally opportunity. Right now, we have a home solicitation out. We have $3 million of our home funds out, and some of these types of projects are applying for that. The home criteria is even a little more stringent than ARPA, though, so it's a higher bar to meet. But there are some opportunities. They are limited, as you know, for affordable housing.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
How many people were from any of these wards that were served on the committee, selection committee?
How many people served?
Yes. And any of them, were they represented by particular wards or community? What did that look like, or was it all staff?
No, they were city people from the finance department, from legal, and 2 from planning.
Okay. I'd like to vote on this separately, please.
Okay, so that's item AB. Any other comments or questions? Why don't we just go ahead and do that? We can bring up item 9AB for a vote. going on? Stuck again? Yeah, no one seems to have the option of providing a second.
Did it show up on yours? Did it show up on yours?
I second it.
Hey, cast your votes. Passes 7-1. Okay, now Councilwoman Hammond, you also wanted to speak about AC and AD.
Yes, and I think they can probably be spoken on together, and I see staff coming up to, I just wanted to give the public a sense of what is to come for the Almonte Library, and it looks like maybe there's some images that'll be shared too, but I heard there were a lot of really great proposals that were part of this process, and kind of a difficult decision to choose between all of them, but very excited for sort of the color and culture that this is bringing to the library once it's completed. So yeah, I'll just pass it over to you to tell us more about it.
Absolutely. Thank you. Good morning, Mayor, City Council. My name is Leandre Lattimore. I'm the Public Art Project Manager. And what we have here is actually two Public Art Commission agreements for the Almonte Library. So a little bit of background for those who are not familiar. The Almonte Library sits on the south side at the intersection of Southwest 59th and May Avenue. It was originally a temporary site that was in the Almonte Shopping Center that's located at that intersection. And because there was such a high demand of people who attended that library in that area, the decision was made to build a brand new library. So to go along with that, we have two bits of public art that we'll present. And the first one you see here is entitled Tree of Lanterns by Moen Incorporated. So this is just a visual depiction of where the library will be located. And as you can see there, the intersection, Southwest 59th and May Avenue. And there to the southeast on the map there is the original shopping center. And the circle is where the new library will be located. So this is a close-up of what the first piece of art will be, and it'll actually be a ceramic tile mural. Again, it's entitled Tree of Lanterns, and the idea behind this was to serve as a welcome for those who will be coming and going into the library. That area of Oklahoma City is rich in cultural and history for a lot of people who have different backgrounds that have visited and live in that area. So one of the things that we wanted to incorporate was a sense of welcome and belongingness for those who attend the library. And the mural itself will have several different languages, 19 represented on each of the lanterns. So not only will it be a great welcome for those who are multilingual and from different cultures and backgrounds, it'll also serve as an education tool for those who may have the desire to learn new languages, and maybe this will serve as an inspiration for them. So this is a bit of a rendering of where it will be. So the mural itself will be located inside the main lobby of the library, directly behind the welcome desk, as you can see there. And it'll be a pretty decent size. So I think that the colors and the brightness and vibrance of it will definitely be eye-catching, and hopefully we'll get some great pictures in front of it and all of those great things that come with these pieces. So we can go to the next one. So this will be the second piece of art that will go there at the library. This mural is done by Whiteboard Exhibits, and it will actually sit on the west-facing wall of the Almonte Library, which is a pretty big space, and it also serves as the driveway for the book deposit drop-off that would be there on that side of the wall as well. So the idea behind this mural, as you can see here in the image, it incorporates a lot of different books and stories that are popular, especially to children. It also includes a few artists and authors that are from Oklahoma as well. So this is another map that shows just the location of where the library would be, and this is another image of the mural here. So as you can see, there's Ralph Ellison in the book Invisible Man, and these are all original depictions by the artist himself. So it's greatly inspired by these children's stories and a lot of great authors there. And some of the books, I'm told, will also be done in coordination with the library based on the books that they have that are most popular and those that are checked out most often at that library. So not only will it be sort of a tie-in to like nationally renowned artists, there will also be some local aspect to that as well in terms of popularity. So I think that this mural is great. It shows a lot of different stories, and I think this will really be a great piece for interaction for those who will be at the library. It'll be very easy to see from the street there, and I think a lot of people will definitely stop and take a moment to take this in. So this, of course, also promotes engagement for people of all ages, and this is here is a overall rendition of the mural there. So it covers about just over 150 feet of space there on the wall. So it'll be a pretty nice sized mural with a budget of about $36,000. So I'm really excited to see how this one turns out, and I think the artist will do a fantastic job. And that is all I have. So.
Well, thank you. Yeah, I just really wanted to give folks the opportunity to see that and see what's to come. Especially, I love the element of all the different authors that are highlighted. Saw a few books in there that I've read before, and yeah, I just think it'll be a really great piece to, well, like you said, welcome people and inspire people to learn new things and engage in the library. So I really appreciate all y'all's hard work. I know corralling those committees, I was just recently on one, is very difficult. So I really appreciate all y'all's work in making these happen, because they really do add so much to these projects. So thank you.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
Thank you. Okay. Rachel Leonhardt, did you want to speak about item AF you signed up for?
So I think this is my first time actually presenting on commercial district revitalization program funding that the Plaza District receives. And just to reintroduce myself, I'm Rachel Leonhardt, Executive Director with the Plaza District here in Oklahoma City. I've been working with Donna Cervantes and most recently Kayla Lewis, as well as our councilperson, Jo Beth Hammond, to try to help the city of Oklahoma City better understand what the Plaza District is, how we benefit the city, and essentially say thank you very much for the financial support that the CDRP funding program provides to the district. These funds that we receive deeply improve our ability to have the capacity to be able to do community programming. We do 18 live events a year, including 2 large festivals, a large dance festival, where we anticipate that about 50% of our audience is Spanish speaking, which is pretty cool. Also, Plaza District Festival coinciding with Plaza Walls Mural Expo, being in a position to have close contact with city leaders has allowed me to better advocate for larger arts and culture experiences like Plaza Walls, which is a separate nonprofit that exists right next to my office in the Plaza District. But the CDRP funding helps us keep the Plaza District safe. We've applied some of those funds to safety and security measures so that people feel really welcome. Whenever you come to the Plaza District, we've got 58 businesses. And as many of you may have met her before, Kristen Vales, who's over downtown OKC, when she was executive director of the district a few executive directors ago, there were only about 13 businesses in the Plaza District. So some of the main sources of funding over the years have been sponsorships and then city support. So on behalf of the Plaza District, our 501c3 board, which is the Plaza District Association, and our 501c6, which is the Plaza District Chamber of Commerce, AKA Plaza District Business Alliance, I would like to say thank you very much for your continued support because without those funds, we would actually be facing a deficit. So we put those to good use, especially post-pandemic when some of our revenue streams relied upon voluntary dues from business owners who could barely keep their doors open. And we've come a long way. Recently, we were voted Best Local District, again for the second year in a row by Oklahoma Gazette readers, as well as 405 Magazine voted us Best Local District. So really grateful for this chapter in Oklahoma City, and thank you for your continued support.
Thank you. All right, next up is item AW, Councilman Cooper.
Yes, I just would like for staff to provide a bit of an update on this particular street enhancement. I know right now a lot of attention exists on the Paseo streetscape, which is underway currently. This one on Portland from Northwest 23rd to 36 has my strong attention as well, and I think it's time to kind of shine a little bit more light on there. So Director Winger.
Thank you, Councilman. Eric Winger, Public Works Director. The action item today is actually a resolution of necessity that's going to allow us to acquire certain property to ensure that we have the construction of the ADA accessible sidewalks fully completed. The actual update on the project is one that is currently in design. This is on Portland Avenue from 23rd to 36th, and it is a street enhancement project. It's looking to add sidewalk on both sides of the street, but it also includes several other improvements. So those would include intersection improvements at Northwest 31st, also intersection improvements at Northwest 29th to facilitate pedestrian crossing of Portland, and so enhanced crosswalks and some signalization at those locations. We're also looking to add pedestrian lighting on the east side of the project as well to just have better night opportunities for walking. Final plans are going to be finished this fall. We're looking to start construction in early 2024, and it's one of our Better Streets, Safer City projects.
I just think it's wonderful. 27th Street intersection, what do we know about that? So I know there's some bike infrastructure coming from the east side through the neighborhoods.
So the 27th intersection is actually one that's just on the edge of being able to be completed within the budget. It's going to be designed and it's going to be bid as an ad alternate, but it's one that's being considered, but it's also an enhanced crossing and opportunity for the project if funds are available. Okay. But I can get additional details to you on the bike. I'm not 100% on all of that.
So, no, that's useful, and thanks for the ad alternate clarification. So am I understanding that should that not, in terms of the bids, come back where we could do this part of the project there, is that where the subsequent bond project funding we'd want to prioritize something like that?
It could be. I think the advantage that we'll have is it'll be designed into the project so that if there's future funding available at some point, it can be possible with minimal design effort. It'll be accommodated as long as the money is there.
Thank you so much.
Welcome.
Okay, we'll stay with you, Councilman Cooper, for BA and BC. Oh, no, just BA, sorry.
Yes, another streetscape conversation. And I just think this is important that Ward 2 residents know, it's not just one part of the ward where streetscapes are going to occur. I wanted to be able to show this diversity, but if we couldn't hear a little bit of an update about what's coming to Uptown, which I share, of course, with Councilwoman Hammond.
Thank you, Councilman. Again, this is the actual item today is acceptance of some easements that are necessary for the construction of this project, and this is Northwest 23rd from Western to Broadway. It too is it's a 2017 bond project that we have underway. The final plans are not yet complete, but we're looking to complete those in the fall of 2023, later this year. But it includes a lot of safety improvements at intersections, improved crosswalk markings, pedestrian signals, signal modifications, dedicated left turn lanes, ADA compliant sidewalks, and just a host of street enhancement projects to better that area.
Thank you. That'll be all. I appreciate that update, and I appreciate the work as well. Yeah, see, there you go. I got some fans.
All right, now BC, Councilman Hinkle.
I'm just curious where we're at on this project.
Thank you, Councilman. This item BC is actually an allocation of additional funds that are available from unlisted bond funds to finish out the construction of the Early Wine Golf Clubhouse. For those that have been following construction, we've experienced some delays on the project. Some of those were due to COVID-related issues when the project first started, with material delivery issues, availability of labor. But the project is moving very quickly forward. For those that maybe have visited the area, they're going to see a lot of the significant construction is complete and the building is out of the ground. We're looking for a completion that's going to be very late 2023, but likely in early 2024. But the items that you actually have for consideration today is to add some items that were not able to be awarded during the original contract award. And these are ones that will help benefit the facility and also improve revenue opportunities. These would include finishing the parking lot, the driving range, lighting, and then also a grill and restaurant that will be called the At the Turn Grill. It's that opportunity where you don't actually have to go into the clubhouse to get food when you're going from holes 9 to 10. But then again, it just is another, like I mentioned, a revenue opportunity. Melinda McMillan-Miller, Parks Director, is also here if there's any questions regarding the operation of the facility.
I just had people ask me, and I was curious, so thank you very much.
Welcome.
Okay, and finally, we have a presentation for item CA.
Thank you, Mayor. David Todd, our MAPS Program Director, will introduce the presentation.
Good morning, David Todd, MAPS Program Manager. We've reached the point in MAPS 4 now where we're starting to see some of these designs, and I'm really happy to bring to you today the preliminary report for the Diversion Hub. We have members of Reese Associates Architects, Farouk Karim and Rachel Bundy are both here to show you this project that I think they've done a wonderful job on.
Good morning. As David mentioned, we're with Reese Associates. I'm Farouk Karim, Director of Design with Reese Associates, and this is Rachel Bundy, our Senior Project Manager. We are very passionate about being involved in the community and serving clients and projects like the Diversion Hub. Sorry, I lost my train of thought there. Very grateful for the opportunity to work on this important project. Rachel's going to share a little bit about what the Diversion Hub does. Also very grateful for our project team, the Diversion Hub, Arnall Family Foundation, the MAPS office, and ADG. So we will just do a quick overview of what we're going to cover today. We're going to talk a little bit about the site. We're going to talk a little bit about the planning. We have a lot more content, as Councilman Cooper can tell you. He's seen a lot of it than we have time to share today. So we're going to focus mainly on visuals of the outside of the building, and then we're going to just do a quick update on where we stand from a budget and schedule standpoint.
So just briefly, we always want to keep in mind who the project is for, what their vision is, and what their mission is about. Diversion Hub is a nonprofit organization. They work with their partners to help divert low-level offenders from returning back to the justice system. They help them become more self-sufficient and independent, and they also want to ensure that this new facility is welcoming and a very comfortable and welcoming environment for their clients. The site location is located here in between Linwood Boulevard, Northwest 6th Street, and then is bordered by Ellison and Klein Avenue. The landscape plan here, we've spent some time meeting both with Councilperson James Cooper and Councilperson Jo Beth Hammond to ensure that we heard their concerns about the site and basically pedestrian access, bike access for the facility. The building is located in the center of the site. We will have client or public parking on the east side of the site, and it is separated from the staff parking, which will be on the west side of the site. So we'll have a building entrance for the clients and the public at the northeast corner there. We are providing generous sidewalks along Linwood Boulevard. The city is planning for some parallel parking and a bike lane going along Linwood Boulevard there. There are bus routes a couple blocks to the west and a couple blocks to the east. So we're just trying to make sure that however clients are coming to this building, be it vehicle, on foot, or bike, that they can access the building adequately. Just an aerial rendering view to help you understand the site a little better.
Great. So we're going to just quickly go through some of the planning. So it's a 2-level building. This is the first floor. The first floor is almost 100% dedicated to serving the clients. So the blue area is a lobby, waiting, pre-function space, larger than what they have today, but it's also important in setting the tone. We want to make sure that both the clients that are coming there for services and the staff feel welcome, they feel hopeful, they feel inspired, and they feel safe. To the left, the top left, the red area is a large multi-purpose training room. They have something similar today, but this just enhances their capabilities and is dividable into 2 spaces. The purple space in the middle is the main client space, so when the clients come, they enter that purple area. They meet with their counselor in the client rooms and begin to get services. We also have an area for behavioral health assessments in the green area, a large area for alternative courts in the kind of darker purple area. And then one of the things that was really important in working through with the Diversion Hub team was making sure that when a client walks in, they are ready and prepared to receive services. So a lot of the clients that come there may not have adequate clothing or shoes. They may be hungry, and so there's a pantry of donated items and food. So that's some of the first services they get when they come to the facility. Second floor is dedicated to the staff. This allows for staff growth. And so there's a lot of possibility for light to come through the building, both from exterior windows and from above. There's a hole in the floor, as well as an open stair to let light into the client spaces below. But again, lots of multi-purpose and flexible office space that allows for growth, and as well as some really wonderful staff collaborative areas that you see in the purple, as well as a nice staff break area and a patio that's up on the second floor in the lower right-hand corner. We're going to quickly do a visual walkthrough or walk around, I'll say, since we're not going inside the building today. But we are looking west from the visitor parking lot at the main entrance. And again, we want to be mindful of color, material, making sure we have lots of glass and natural light. We think warmer colors, brick, stone, are really important in sort of setting that tone. We've had a lot of conversations, as Rachel said, with Councilman Cooper and Councilman Hammond about streetscape, about pedestrians, about mitigating parking areas. And we feel like this is going to be a wonderful environment. So this is the main entrance, aerial view. 2 entrances, the main entrance, as well as entrance to alternative courts. And lots of landscaping, lots of outdoor area for the clients to enjoy and take advantage of while they're waiting. This is the south end of the building looking north. And really what's important here is our understanding of how quickly the Diversion Hub is growing and the services that they provide. And so this area will allow for us to expand the facility by about 16,000 square feet, again on 2 levels. And those services would be very similar to the services that are being provided. And again, they're just seeing tremendous growth, and we're already kind of discussing the possibilities for that. Another view looking to the east. And so I think just the main thing to point out here is that, we're mindful of the fact that we have no real backside to our building. Every side is important. Also, this shows in the lower right-hand corner the staff entrance, which was another really important feature in creating a place that staff is excited to come to every day. We want to create a place that they want to be, not a place that they have to be. And this is a much nicer back staff entrance than they have today.
So just briefly to wrap it up, we have conducted an independent cost estimate of the preliminary report. We are currently within budget. One thing that we do want to point out, in addition to the generous contribution from MAPS, the Diversion Hub also has the Arnall Foundation that is working with them and partnering with them and has made some generous contributions to assist with the project as well. So we are including that in the total funding. And where we are at on schedule, we are meeting with you all today to hopefully receive approval to move into the construction documents phase, where we will work on the more technical drawings and specifications for the project. And we would be returning in somewhere around January to meet with you all again when we have those drawings complete for the next approval process. We thank you very much.
Thank you. Any questions? Okay.
Thank you.
We have
I should say publicly from this body, just thank you for taking time to sit with Councilwoman Hammond and me, and Megan for your advocacy. I really appreciate you all, not just hearing us, but collaborating and then bringing your expertise regarding the people you're going to be serving, and then just regarding just your background in constructing such spaces and imagining such spaces. So thanks for imagining with us. Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for the collaboration.
We have a resident who signed up to speak on this item, Michael Washington.
Well, thank you, everyone. My goodness. Thank you. 35 with 21, Northwest 51st Street. Don't everybody go there because I don't have a lot of food. Well. Nice presentation. I am one who is always attentive when it comes to diversions designed to decrease our incarcerated communities. Let me say that I don't have pre-scripted speeches. I stay ready to keep them getting ready. Ain't that something? I do have a slight problem that I wasn't introduced to these efforts prior to their development. I am a leader in the community of all sorts. I don't just represent the African American community. I represent any community that's affected by the decisions reached by our city government. Now, I have a question about what ages are going to be in this diversion hub is going to be accepted. I need to know the type of crimes that will be accepted. Then I need to know, are the residents going to be required, if you call them residents, are they going to be required to pay for the services provided by the diversion hub? That is what I'm missing. Now, let me add a little bit of something here to this. Oh, doggone, a minute's jump by when I try to speak. Now then, maps for diversion hub. Now, I'm not going to squabble about where you got the 15 million and others that may be coming afterwards. We know that's 15 million, just a start. There's going to be more. But I think that you're using the money in a positive direction. I want to become involved in all this. I want to be an ambassador for this project. Oh, no, not Michael Washington. Oh, no. We wouldn't be able to get any progress. That's not true at all. Because, again, I love putting a dip into this incarcerated design. These jails and prisons overflooded. So again, I think that y'all done a good job. You know what? Michael usually don't accept things like this without really having a full-fledged completion about what's going on with it. But in this case, I'm going to because it affects many
30 seconds,
people.
please.
Thank you. You said 4 minutes? Thank you. I'm just kidding. But anyway, y'all, I think that's a good idea for the first time. I'm going to decide to side with this. I'm not going to argue against it. But let me say one thing. I would like to know a little bit more about what's going on, and hopefully y'all can help me out with that. And Madam Amy K. Simpson, thank you. Y'all have a great day.
Thank you. Joy Reardon signed up to speak on the zoning cases being introduced under the consent docket.
Hello? Oh, there we go. It's my normal complaints about building out. and then I'll come back on the other one. But that's the biggest thing is we need to really look at how far out we're building because of the limited resources we actually got. If y'all could please look at some of these zonings that y'all are doing to keep it, and y'all keep asking about affordable housing. The two big projects that I've seen in the last 2 weeks, y'all have voted for it and everything. Who out there for affordable housing can afford 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, $600, $1,600 a month? I don't know of any normal resident in Oklahoma City that can do that. Unless y'all's doing nothing but white collar people, okay? That makes me very upset. And it should make other residents of Oklahoma City very upset with it. I don't know who cut the mic, but I can get a lot louder.
I think you just moved it.
There's a mic.
No, they cut the mic here and there.
There's a mic down there.
This one?
Yeah, it's working.
Now it works? Okay.
Probably not
Sorry.
be so close.
But seriously, if y'all going to keep voting for these projects that these condos or whatever they are downtown that are costing people $11, $12, $13, $14, $15, $1,600 a month, who's going to be able to afford it? Honestly, who is going to be able to afford these apartments, as they're calling them? There's two that y'all approved for the TIF funds. I have no clue, and the average person in Oklahoma City probably doesn't know what TIF is. And I've asked multiple times if y'all can explain what TIF is. It would be nice.
30 seconds, please.
Thank you, and I'll be back.
All right, that concludes all presentations and comments regarding the consent docket, and we can now adopt the items found there, except for those 3 already passed. We have a motion and a second. Cast your votes. Passes unanimously. All right, item 10 is the concurrence docket. We have items A through F we can take with one motion. Motion and a second. Cast your votes. Passes unanimously. Now we're at item 11, items requiring separate votes. Item 11A is an ordinance on final hearing that was recommended for approval, rezoning 1304 Northeast 14th from R1 to R4. This was deferred on 4 previous occasions. Joy Reardon, you've signed up to make your comment again on zoning cases. We just heard it. I mean,
As we go along, I'll let you know.
okay. All right, Councilwoman Nice, we have 4 people who've signed up to speak. One is the applicant. Not sure about the others. Do you want to start with the applicant? All right, Robert Haggard.
Yes. Well, let me start by saying, do we need to go past that this has been recommended for approval?
Do we need to do what, I'm sorry?
Is there anything more that I need to say other than that you guys have recommended this for approval?
So the zoning commission, the planning commission recommended it for approval to us.
Okay.
Typically, I don't recall if you've already given this presentation or not. Have you?
3 times.
Okay. I mean, if you want to just like maybe a real quick, like 3-sentence refresher for us, because we do see a lot of items up here. And so just remind us, what is this project?
I'm sorry, what?
What is this project again?
It's a 10-unit apartment complex.
Okay. All right. You don't have to say anything more than that if you don't want.
Well, I don't know. So we had our first meeting, as you can see, somewhere back in June. And then the City Planning Commission approved it unanimously, and it went forward. And then we had another scheduled meeting in here, at which time Councilman Nice asked for a deferral. And we agreed to the deferral, and then we met and we talked, and she told me that she was doing research with the Oklahoma City Police Department. And she's researching something. I don't know what she's researching. That's all that she said was, I'm researching with the Oklahoma City Police Department about a group of people who may be causing a little bit of commotion in that area. Well, subsequent to that meeting with Ms. Nice, we found out that that group of people are really across the street. They're not on our side of the street, and they're a very small group of people. I don't know what they're doing. Supposedly, they might be selling drugs. I don't know. And then we had another meeting at which time Debbie caught me in the hallway and said, don't go into the meeting. Please come talk to Mrs. Nice again, okay? And she said, I still haven't concluded my research with the Oklahoma City Police Department. Okay, what are you researching? Well, I'm researching with the Oklahoma City Police Department. Could you please defer this again? Okay. So then we didn't receive any emails about this meeting that we were on the agenda. So I called and talked to Debbie yesterday, and I said, are we on the agenda? And she said, yes, but we really wish you would defer it again. So here's what I don't understand. She is researching with the Oklahoma City Police Department about what? Secondly, if it's that bad, why do they let people live there? Why do they let the funeral home operate? Why do they let the wellness centers, the gigantic wellness centers on the east side of Lottie operate? Why don't they go in, the police, and say, it's too dangerous? It's too dangerous for them to build an apartment complex because of these people across the street doing drugs. Why do they let them operate? Why don't they have police there to protect them? What is actually going on that we are being more or less held hostage because of a group of people who the police cannot control? They cannot stop them. They don't come on our property across the street, so we can't call the police unless they step onto our property. So we just don't understand why we're being denied the right to develop that property. Across the street from our property is a house that would win a landscape design. You go look at it, it would win a landscape design. All those houses are painted, everybody mows their lawns. The Ronald McDonald House is across the street. It's a nice, nice neighborhood. I would not be scared to walk down Lottie at night. I don't understand what is happening with the research with the Oklahoma City Police Department in regards to the ability to develop our property and add to the enhancement of Lottie. It will be landscaped according to code. It will be built according to code. So we're really in the dark here. Okay.
I'll start from here. Mr. Haggard, we're not in the dark. When I visited with you and Mr. Usman, I expressed to you all what my concerns were. And you know what those concerns were. And they pertain to people being shot and killed in front of the store that is currently being occupied at the corner of 13th and Lottie, which is the same owner who wants to build apartments next door. And this owner also has created a dispensary and a lounge where people can just hang out right next to it. So I do have very grave and valid concerns about allowing 10 apartment units to be built right next to something where we currently have these types of issues and concerns. Now, I understand what you're saying. You want to put it across the street, but this is not excluding the store, that convenience store of where these things have happened to occur. Yes, it is a problem with the Housing Authority property, the Jelts and the McGuire Plaza. That is a whole different story of how we work through getting and being able to regulate what happens and comes from that that property in relation to people walking to the store. But again, as I have expressed to you, yes, I did ask you to defer it a couple of times because I told you also it was not going to be a quick turnaround for me to get the information that I needed. So I was very upfront and honest with you about it not being a quick turnaround. So I apologize that it wasn't as timely as you wanted, but I do want you to understand and realize that I was doing my due diligence to ensure that if we're going to look at putting more housing units, especially 10 apartments that we do not have in a comparable area around this particular part of our community or this particular neighborhood, that I understand all the facets of what is happening and what is taking place within that core block of this part of our community. So I know you can understand that. So I appreciate you asking those questions, and I apologize if I was too vague for you to understand what I was doing. But again, I told you and expressed to you what I was looking for and what I was going to look at and the information that I needed. So I know we have some people that have signed up to speak, so I appreciate you being here, but I do want to hear from some of our other residents because we have residents who are here as well, and I want to also hear from them.
Well, may I say one last thing? Yes. All over the United States of America, people are being shot, but they don't shut down the mall. They don't shut down over here at the basketball game when someone was shot. We can't be held hostage because you're afraid someone's going to be shot. They're going to be shot anyway, if we build the apartments or not. The apartments don't attract someone to go over there and be shot. That's totally not connected to whether there's an apartment house there. What about, is the funeral home causing people to be shot?
They are coming from the convenience store.
No.
They are
You know that
the
we
people,
proved
the
that.
incidents that have occurred that have been deadly have been involved with the convenience store. And I mean, we can argue that all day, and I'm not going to do it. But if you look up any
I
story.
say what I need to say.
Okay, go ahead.
What about that? You and I and Mr. Usman in that office talked about the fact that we proved that the group of people causing the trouble were across the street. Do you remember agreeing to
We
that?
talked about multiple things, and you all mentioned a couple of people, but again, that is why I wanted to do my due diligence to understand what in fact is going on. So I can't rely on just you telling me it's 5 people. I'm sorry, I can't do that. I know we have people who have signed up to speak.
Yeah, I don't see, yeah, you're not on our list. Can you fill up a yellow sheet? Thanks.
In the meantime, I'd like to hear from our residents, please.
All right, so we have Valerie McMurray.
Good morning, City Council. How are you today? Good. On behalf of our community, I live on Lottie. I moved out of Deer Creek. I decided that I wanted to come back and move into the community and be an advocate for the community. I currently live on 1311 East Park Place, which is right down from the convenience store. Within the last 2.5 years that I've lived there, I've witnessed and seen probably at least 6 to 7 shootings. It is very unsafe for the children that are in that community. They cannot walk because there's a lot of crime. 3 doors down from me, there was a shooting just within the last 2 months of an individual who was selling drugs. This is a community, that street, and as Councilwoman Nice indicated, This is a continuing nuisance on 13th and Lottie. This is coming from, like you've mentioned, the Joel Center and some of the other, but that store causes a lot of rift. The trash that is done there, and speaking on behalf of also the funeral home, Chris Harrison, who was not able to make it today, he also opposes for this to be approved. We understand the need for housing, but it has to be intentional. It has to be something that's going to uplift the community and not oppress the community any further. So once again, thank you for giving me an opportunity to speak.
Thank you. Kimberly Markle? Makel?
Good morning, City Council. My name is Reverend Kimberly Bagel, and I too live in Culbertson's East Highland neighborhood. And we do contest the rezoning of 1304 Northeast 14th Street from R1 to R4. And I'd like to bring the perspective of a flourishing community. I think it's safe to say that everyone on this council believes that they live in a flourishing community. Northeast Oklahoma City is at the peak or have started the process of being a flourishing community, but it cannot flourish when there are obstacles placed in the way for it to continue to thrive. A thriving community consists of collaboration. It consists of cohesion. I think you'll see here today that there is collaboration within the HOAs, associations. There is cohesion as it relates to our thought process of what consists of a flourishing community. It consists of the right to have housing, but I think we'll also agree that having a place to lay our head is not always the best thing when there are other things that's prohibiting our peace. And what's prohibiting our peace is when you sleep at night not knowing if you're going to get shot. You can't sleep at night not knowing if you're going to wake up and something is going to be stolen. Can't sleep at night knowing that there possibly is a disturbance that would hinder or hurt your family. And so because of that, we agree that we do not want this zoning to take place. And we would ask that if you do agree to this, if you do agree that this apartment building is put in place, that you would have to agree that there would be a collaboration between the owner and the neighborhood for it to go forward. It would have to be a premise that a flourishing community consists of collaboration. And so if there is no collaboration between the needs of the community and the owner, how can a community flourish? It cannot. And I submit to you today that when you go to bed tonight and you close your eyes and your family is in bed sleep and you're at peace, Northeast Oklahoma City at Lottie and 13th and that community around it will not have peace because of the issue that we're talking about today. I appreciate the opportunity to speak to you.
Pastor, excuse me, Reverend, I'm so sorry, forgive me.
Yes.
Important. In terms of collaboration and housing, would you mind, and I know you can't predict the future, so you can't articulate exactly, where we're heading, but what do you envision? And you mentioned, I've heard now twice, you all recognize the need for housing. Thusly then, knowing the crime situation, what does that housing look like in terms of its design and within? What are you all thinking?
Well, I think the first thing to think about the appropriate placing of housing. Is it appropriate to have this building in the area where there is a lounge and a dispensary, where across the street there is there's a daycare, there is senior housing, and what we see now every single day is people who are hanging out in that area, who are intoxicated, who are addicted. And so we want there to be a planned community that's in collaboration with the members of the community to talk about what that could possibly look like, right? So That's the start of the conversation, is what will this look like? What responsibility will this owner have to ensure that he is a good steward over what he's building? And so that's the beginning of the conversation. And so we would like to hear from him. To my understanding, the Zoning Commission passed this with no accommodation or no technical requests, but he was requested to speak to the members of the community. That didn't happen. And so we want to start there with conversation and discourse. So that's what we would ask.
I appreciate that clarification. Thank you, Reverend.
Thank you. Ashley Dixon Oso.
Good morning, City Council. My name is Ashley Dixon Oso. I'm currently the president of Culbertson's East Highland neighborhood, and I'm also on the leadership team. I'm joined today by members of my leadership team and also the Northeast Neighborhood Coalition that is powered by over 17 Northeast Oklahoma City neighborhoods. Can you all please stand? Thank you for coming today. I stand before you today as a concerned citizen, community development professional, and a staunch advocate for the well-being of our neighborhoods in Central Oklahoma. Having had the privilege of serving over 600 Central Oklahoma neighborhoods and contributing to various commissions and boards, including the Mayor Citizens Advisory Committee for the Plan OKC Comprehensive Plan. I feel like I'm too tall for this. I am compelled to express my strong opposition to the proposed development at Northeast 14th and Lottie in Culbertson's East Highland neighborhood. Our city's growth and development should reflect a commitment to nurturing livable, safe, and thriving communities for all its residents. James, I can answer your question in just a second about architecture and design. We, as public and civil servants, bear the responsibility to create an environment that supports the multifaceted lives of our citizens and upholds their quality of life. However, the current rezoning application contradicts these values and poses significant concerns for the Culbertson's East Highland neighborhood. In 2022, Culbertson's East Highland received substantial funding, and and then its residents, in 2022, Culbertson's East Highland received substantial funding and private investment through the City Strong Neighborhoods Initiative, marking a pivotal moment in the neighborhood's revitalization journey. Since then, its residents have dedicated tireless efforts to build upon the investment through community events, meetings, and collaborations with stakeholders, all while grappling with the persistent challenges posed by the Checkers convenience store located on 13th and Lottie. Regrettably, the presence of Checkers has been accompanied by an alarming surge in criminal activities, including homicides, robberies, and illicit drug operations on the Checkers property, not across the street. And if it goes across the street, that means it's emanating from Checkers. Despite numerous appeals from neighbors, property and business owners, and the Oklahoma City Police Department, the store's owner has shown consistent disregard for the community's well-being and the 13 years of investment made by both the City of Oklahoma City and its residents.
30
seconds. Thank you. Despite numerous opportunities to collaborate with Culbertson's neighbors, stakeholders, the property owner has consistently chosen to ignore the concerns and guidance. For these reasons, I respectfully urge the City Council to reject the rezoning application for the property at Northeast 14th and Lottie, or ask the applicant to resubmit his application as a SPUD for greater collaboration with the neighborhood. Thank you for your attention to this critical matter. I trust that you'll make the best decision for our city and its neighborhoods. And I run out of time, James, or else I could have that conversation if you ask me.
And yet, may I ask for clarification? Sure. Thank you, please.
So your question about what thoughtful and intentional development looks like, particularly in the urban core, it is critical that our neighborhoods, the architectural design be built on a spectrum. And right now, what we're seeing is that our neighborhoods sort of more look like letters on a ransom note. Architecture is all over the place. We do understand that density is critical on the boundaries of neighborhoods and communities, and then the density lessens as you get to the core. So density is encouraged on the outskirts and boundaries of neighborhoods in context with what is already there. And so that is critical, particularly for our inner city neighborhoods who have architectural design standards. And of course, in our traditional neighborhoods who do not have HP protections, it is our responsibility to ensure that we have thoughtful and intentional development from our developers for the support of not only the success of our neighbors, our neighborhoods, but the city itself. Does that help?
So in your mind, 23rd would be more where you would want the density, like the apartments, and as you go on to Lottie, moving inward, it's less of that. Is that what I'm hearing?
Not necessarily so. Density is critical, and obviously we know we're short about 55,000 affordable housing units as of 2020 or 2021. We know that we as a city have to do something about that. So density and multifamily housing is critical and it's important. Also, mixed use, mixed income development is also critical, not saturating low, moderate income developments in urban core neighborhoods who are trying to tip themselves towards self-sufficiency and revitalize them. There's no way they can sustain themselves with affordable housing units. There's no way they can sustain themselves and tip themselves over with oversaturation of crime. So what's happening right now is the city has infused resources and dollars into this area so that they can tip. But what's happened is that we have speculators, property owners, who are not, you don't necessarily have to be from the community, but it is critical and important that you do so. So in doing that, what happens is that we're able to stabilize the community and infuse public and private resources and dollars so that they can sustain the successful infusion of resources, CDBG funding that the city has invested already. And so when we have property owners who are not willing to meet with the neighborhood and to talk about some of the crime issues. We've met with Oklahoma City Police Department. They feel like their hands are tied because the property owners will not enforce rules and strict guidance in order not to encourage these types of things happening. But also they're actually doing the opposite and allowing businesses that support unsafe environments to now be housed in there. And so that's why we necessarily do not trust that the property owner will do the right thing for this community, that we've already invested time and resources. And when I say we, I mean all of us, because we voted for the Strong Neighborhoods Initiative. And so it's critical and imperative that we go back to the drawing board, have conversations with him, as he was encouraged to by our Ward 7 Planning Commissioner to do so and never did reach out.
So it's less about the structure in some respects. It's truly about the stewardship and the presence of the property owner working in collaboration at the start with the community. Is that what I'm hearing then?
Thank you, James. It's critical to make that distinction. When I talk about every single neighborhood in central Oklahoma, that this is great development for everybody. And what's good for Ward 2, 3, 4, 5 is also good for Ward 7. And so it is, well, when I say that, I mean to generalize to a whole city. But what I'm saying is that, density is phenomenal in certain areas. And I don't disagree with density in Culbertson, East Highland, and the urban core. I do disagree with the stewardship. That is very critical to have to make sure that the property owners are in line with the vision of the community. Thank you for your time. Any other questions?
Thank you.
Well, and I wanted you to stay here because, in my opinion, the concern is the density for this. And the reason I say that respectfully is because as we're going to R1 to R4, and as we look at that area, that same area, we do not have apartments that are on 14th Street. We don't have apartments that are on Lottie. If you see anything, the max is going to be duplexes. You're not going to see anything of this magnitude. So if we're going to complement the community, let's complement the community with what we're building as well.
Thank you for making that clarification. When I say density, density is 2 units or more. And so you're exactly right. 10 units, there is no context for 10 units in this space. When I'm talking about density, I'm talking about duplexes and fourplexes, which we do have context for in Culbertson, East Highland. Thank you for that. Thank you all.
The owner of this property that's wanting to build, is it the same owner of the dispensary? Is that what one? And Checkers, okay, thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, City Council.
Thank you. Michael Washington.
You remember me on the boy. You and that stinking. Let's give everybody the real reason what's going on here, you no good. Sucker you. That's right, you can't sue me, sucker, because a sucker's anybody can be piled low, saying that. Now then. What y'all don't know about this Uthman, this Muslim back here, he is violating the principles of his Islamic religion. The Holy Quran states that you should not be involved with any liquor or drugs of any kind. You should be disallowed and disassociated with your Islamic community. Now then. And you talk about bringing in people to this side of town. Sir, you own a dispensary. Sir, you own a liquor store up the street from that. You going to tell me that you're not going to draw more vagrants, more drug users? Everybody and their mama knows that with these dispensaries on every corner, you're going to draw people who love doing that stuff. Uh-oh, watch it now. So let's put a housing complex here so that we can bring more people close to the occasion. Isn't that something now? But no, Mr. Uthman, you and I have had a squabble with your liquor store, didn't we? And we know that's not over with yet, don't we? You want to come in the black community, you want to destroy our black community, keep us mind-boggled in the gutter while you make money off of us. That's what you want to do. And you got this gentleman want to put a 10-unit complex there in a neighborhood that doesn't recognize apartments like that in a basically commercial district where businesses are flourishing. Okay? So let's understand this part here. Man, that's not going to work. Even if I have to file a lawsuit, to stop this mess, because my name is not West. That's right. You know this is your own, and as a matter of fact, you encourage a lot of this evil, wicked destruction because you allow people to stand in front of your store to have fun, to joke around, to smoke dope and all this whole stuff here. And as you stated, sir, the cross street, they smoking dope and all this. Did you not, the person that you want to go in business with, are the ones selling the dispensary where they can smoke and do what they want? See, you got to be careful because some of us listen. We're not going for it. We're not tolerating this.
30 seconds, please.
You want the community in disarray? You want to build these complexes over here like this here so you can have people living out there so they can be within walking distance of this trash that you're continuing with? You know Michael Washington was going to bite his tongue. You know that, don't you? Look at me, Muslim. I said, I'm a lesser than you. Straight up. Shut up, man. Don't talk to me that way. Shut up. Ain't no kind of doggone way a Muslim's supposed to be doing this here. I'm giving it to him, telling about his...
All right, Mr. Washington, your time is up. Please leave the podium. Next up is Usman Rashid.
Fuck, that's not respect. That's Islam community. I'm not talking about him first. I said Islam. Tell him about that.
I'll tell everything. Well, thank you for having me.
Thank you for being
And I've
here.
met so many people that I've not met before. I first bought the store back in 2009. I've owned that store since then. I'm probably one of the owners that work at that store on a daily basis. I'm there 7 days a week from 10 to 6. Half of the people here said that they have met me. They have never met me. They have never even walked inside my store. Second of all, Councilwoman has done her investigation. I do not own the dispensary. I do not own the lounge. I can provide you all the paperwork. Till 2020, till 2020, I never wanted to lease that building, just in that fear that everything will be blamed onto me. If I did not lease that building, and every time they say I need to become part of the community, I can never become part of the community because what he just said. My religion, my color of my skin, I can never be part of that community. I have been there, like I said, since 2010, serving that community. My store has never been involved in anything. When I leased that building, I only leased it because on a daily basis, I was told I need to lease that building to somebody of that same color of that community just to be part of that community. I had numerous pressure from all over the people that live in that community to rent that spot to a gentleman that was local from that community. And that's exactly what I did. I do not run that dispensary. I do not run that lounge. When I rent that building, I was told that he was going to just put a meet and greet spot over there. And then they end up putting a dispensary and a lounge. A few weeks ago, City Council, the same people that runs the dispensary and the lounge asked to throw a block party, which the city was all for it. I was against it just because if something was to happen at that block party, it will be pinned on the convenience store. The first shooting, since I have owned the store in 2010, the first shooting happened, I believe, in 2021. If the city can pull the records, before 2021, I called on daily basis. There was a tree between...
30 seconds, please.
I'm sorry?
30 seconds.
Oh, I'm
You have
done?
30 seconds left. It's a 3-minute limit.
Well, I have so much to say, you know, because they said everything about my character, my business, my livelihood.
I'm trying to
I don't
understand,
think
are you also the applicant? I don't understand all the
Yes,
relationships.
I am the applicant. I'm the owner of the store. They just trashed my record.
All right.
None of
I
these
mean, generally, applicants are going to have as much
people,
time.
if you can
as
allow
is
me
reasonable.
like a minute, I appreciate it.
Sure. No, go ahead.
All I want to say is everybody that sits here, I'm standing right here. Call one of these persons and tell them that they ever try to contact me or visited me or asked me to do anything over there. None of them. I have not done one thing but to collect and improve that neighborhood. I generate taxes for that same ward. I haven't done anything. I go to work, that's my livelihood. That's where I feed my kids. That store was shut down for 10 years before I even bought it. People had the opportunity to buy that place, make it better, but nobody did. And today, if I don't do something, I'm not part of that community. I'll never be part of that community. I'm sorry. I'm not black. I'm always going to be from Pakistan.
Mr. Washington, you're going to be removed if you don't.
Listen to what he's saying, man. Call us black. Hey, man, that's a
All right.
I'm sorry.
Mr.
I didn't
Watt,
mean it to.
we have no choice. You've left us no choice. If you cannot remain completely silent until you are next brought to the podium, that officer right there will remove you from the chamber. Can you do that?
Yes, I can. You have a point. I got it.
All right. Thank you.
I'm only using the word, I'm not trying to be racist or anything, just to say that comes to me on a daily basis, that I'm not part of that community. I am part of that community. I go to work there every day, serve that community. I know most of the people. I have never seen any of these people even walk in my store. And then if there is any concern, I'm there every day. The day City Councilwoman called me, I showed up. The meeting that you asked me to come to, I showed up. If you ever invite me to come, I'll come. If you deny these apartments, that's not the point. I will not build. I'm not eager to build. I'm spending money in that ward to make that ward better. You deny it, no problem. But I want to make sure that my store has nothing to do with anything, and that dispensary and that lounge is not operated by me. I was forced to lease that just to become part of this community. And I'm going to have to do every day something new to become part of this community, but I really don't understand or know what do I need to do to become part of this community. Thank you very much.
Sir, I have a question for you. Would you be open to the idea of changing this application to a SPUD, which allows more input in the design part of it?
Definitely, sir.
The planning department can help you with that, along with Councilwoman Nice, and I'd be happy to sit in and help as well. I mean, it's a planning commission thing, but a SPUD limits some of the things that you're allowed to do.
If you deny it, I have no problem. The only reason I came here is to tell you guys, for the last 13 years, I have tried to be part of that community that people are accusing me today of not being part of. I work there every day knowing some guy across the street will come and shoot me. Why would I go to a neighborhood like that? I serve the community, they don't. What are they doing for the community? I serve the community. I go there 7 o'clock in the morning, leave my kids behind, not knowing if I want to come home. And anything happens, they didn't cut the tree. I begged them day and night, day and night. When somebody got killed, the very next day, city came and cut the tree. I asked city to give me the ordinances to put on my wall that no loitering is allowed. They told me, we don't have any. I would wish that city will get these records and I would come, but I don't want my character to be trashed like this. I have done nothing but serve that community. I have the kids growing up right in front of me. You want to know about my character? Go talk to the kids that walk through that store. They greet me like I'm one of them.
I'm not questioning your character
But
at
what
all,
I'm
sir.
saying is, don't blame my store, don't blame my livelihood for what goes on there, because it's beyond my control.
I'm well aware I work for the company that provides the services for transit, and we had to take 2 bus shelters out of there because of what was going on at those shelters. I think they were on 13th Street, just east of where your store is, and we took 2 bus shelters completely out because of the activity that was going on inside those bus shelters. So I get it, I'm with you. But
Thank you so
I'm
much.
trying to give you an alternative to where everybody's happy, and if you would look at doing a SPUD, then that would alleviate a lot of people's concerns about what actually gets built there, because it's a whole lot more spelled out. A SPUD is
How do we procedurally do that? Do we refer
I
it
don't
back
know.
to the commission?
I don't know.
I think at this point, excuse me, I think at this point, we have to deal with the item that's before us first, and then go from that point.
Well, then number one, I'd like to go look at the property. Number two, I'm going to, at this time, move to defer any decision on this so I can go see it. And number three, I'd like to get some legal advice on how we might move this towards a SPUD. So that's my motion.
I would like to speak before others make decisions about my ward. First of all, Mr. Usman, really, don't say you can never be a part of this ward. If you're not a part of this ward, that's because you choose not to be. I want to say that first and foremost. And I take offense to you saying because you're black that the people will not accept you. That is beyond hurtful and harmful to the people that you say you're serving. And I also want to say, I mean, here we are for people, you're saying you're serving the community and you don't know where these people have been. These people live within this community. So in the same context that you say you're serving, these people do the same. So I would say that was offensive to even them for you to have said that. You know, the issue here for me as well is the fact that not only do we have someone who owns one particular piece of our community, but we have an owner of another piece of our community where we also have some, I have been told of issues and concerns of the property you own on 36 in Spring Lake as well. So it's not as if this is just one thing that has happened and all of a sudden it's a problem. This is a continuous problem for the properties that you own. And also, as we look at, again, the fact that we have a community, and why I said that before when I asked to meet with you, this is a collective issue. So I told you that from the front. While there have been issues that have happened in front of the store, I am not naive to understanding that there are things happening all around that place, in that area, which is why I asked for time for me to understand before we go through this process to allow you to say you want to put some apartments up. And if anybody would be willing to be a part of the community, we'd be okay with that. And to my knowledge, for people that have reached out to me that said you would not sign off on this block party, they are saying it is because you were holding out that signature because of me, instead of you being a participant in the community. So that's harmful if you're not being able to be a part of what is happening within this area of our community. So I'm okay with us deferring this because that's why I have continued to ask that we look at what is happening within this area, because this is not one problem. This is a collective issue that is happening within this area. And these folks who you see here, they should be your new friends. They should be your new friends because they actually live in the neighborhood and they can speak to what is happening, the things that you say you do and the things that they haven't seen. And I also want to close with, you told me that you're there all the time. The day I did show up, you weren't. So it's hard for me to say, Mr. Usman is there, and you told me to come up there anytime you are there. Well, I showed up. I could not find Mr. Usman for me to even talk to you in that case. So I know we have a vote on the floor as far as the motion that has been made. I would like for us to move through with that motion, and we can continue this conversation throughout the deferral time and connecting with our residents who live within this part of our community as well.
Can I reply to that really quick? First of all, Councilwoman, like you said, they're part of that community, but in the last 13 years, when did they try to visit with me? And then you said I was against the block party. I was not against the block party. I signed for the block party, but I told the person that was, and matter of fact, the person that's throwing the block party is the owner of the dispensary and the lounge that you're so against of.
Again, you own the property, is that correct?
Ma'am, if I lease the property,
Do you own it? Do you own the property?
So do I own the
Answer the question. Do
the
you
real
own the
estate?
property?
I own the real estate.
Thank you.
So what
Thank
the
you.
real estate has to do with the dispensary and the lounge, and then you support the people
Sir,
throwing
you're
the block party for the lounge and the dispensary? I'm really
No,
confused.
there's
I'm
nothing
sorry,
to say.
Councilwoman, I'm really confused here.
There's nothing to be confused about because I haven't even talked to the people that own,
And then
that
if you
operate that facility.
and Councilwoman-
I wanted to talk to you.
And with due respect, when you came to my store, did you ask for me?
Absolutely, I did.
And who did you ask
Okay,
that
this is
if I was
irrelevant
there?
to the zoning
Yes,
case. Let's
I'm
just move
sorry.
on. Yes, Mr. Haggard, quickly, and then we're going to vote on the
Okay,
deferral.
there's two things, it's not gonna matter, but they need to be heard. This lady over here said that they tried to reach out to me, I'm the architect, and that she tried to reach out to Mr. Usman. No one has ever called us. In the.
Well, that'll all be resolved because if this deferral passes.
Pardon?
This will all be resolved if this deferral passes. Everyone will have plenty of time to talk to each other. So why don't we vote on that? We have a motion on the floor for
I'm
deferral.
sorry, I do need
Yeah.
to, I know it's been going on. There's just something that's really irking me right now. Does anyone know,
All right, wherever you want to be.
anyone know where the oldest university in the entire world is? Like the first university. School's starting right now. I know this might seem irrelevant, it is not. I just want to, does anyone know this? Council? You don't? I didn't either till a few years ago when I watched a documentary from PBS on Islam. It is Morocco, the African continent. And it is important to note that when it was established as a spiritual and education center during the Islamic Golden Age. I note this for anyone listening and people in this room, these divisions based on the color of our skin and our religious backgrounds do not reflect history, period. There is no that community and the property owner. We all originate from Africa. That is scientifically true. We know that our oldest university on planet Earth, Africa. We know there are black Muslims. One of them has the honor of being this state's first elected Muslim. Marie Turner represents me in HD 88. I know we're heading into the procedure land, but I will not ever sit up here, ever, and listen to that level of division that we heard from some folk in this chamber when it relates to the history of religion, religious liberty, black history, the history of Islam, etc. Please do not leave this chamber today without my words in your hearts and in your minds going forward. And listening to this division, the word healing is going to be very important. In academia, and I know this as a teacher, we listen. I did not appreciate this exchange that happened between the property owner and Ward 5. You were fine. But there were moments of not listening, talking over each other. That is unhealthy. That is unhealthy to discourse. That is not how we resolve conflict. There were youth in this building earlier. What are we modeling for them in terms of conflict resolution?
All right, thank you. We have a
Okay,
motion
hold
for
on,
deferral. Yes.
Mayor. A couple of things, and thank you. I also want to denounce that anti-Islam sentiment that was brought forward. But I did receive some information from our municipal counselor that we can send this back to the Planning Commission for them to create a SPUD for this development without us having to defer. So I would like for us to consider sending this back to Planning Commission in order for us to do that.
Mr. Councilman Stonesiver, are you supportive of that and would
Yeah,
withdraw your motion?
I'll withdraw my motion at this time. Thank you, Your Honor.
All right, so why don't we do that? So this would be a motion to refer the item back to Planning Commission for the purpose of adapting it into an SPUD. Does that sound okay, Kenny, what I just said, how I just described that? Yes. Okay. All right, we have a motion and a second for the referral of the item back to Planning Commission. Cast your votes. What was the vote? Okay, and vote again. Could you see everyone's vote?
Yes.
I guess. Vote if it's on your screen. All right, passes unanimously. Okay, item 11B is an ordinance on final hearing recommended for approval that rezones 12825 North County Line Road from R1 and PUD 1763 to R1 ZL. Councilman Carter.
Sorry, I lost
Tell
my
me you
train
don't
of
have
thought.
40 years of us to unwrap on this item.
Do we have anyone that signed up to speak?
No.
Okay. Well, since we've got a,
And I don't think unrest in the neighborhood is a laughing matter.
Okay.
I'll move for approval.
All right. Got a motion and a second. Cast your votes. Passes unanimously. Well, but I've voted. They marked me as not voting. I mean, if you can just record me as voting, we don't have to redo this whole thing. You got me? Okay, there we go. Passes unanimously. All right, 11C is an ordinance on final hearing that was recommended for approval, rezoning 12905 North County Line Road from R1 to R2. Back to you, Councilman Carter. No one has signed up to speak.
I also move for approval.
Got a motion and a second. Cast your votes. Passes unanimously. Item 11D is an ordinance on final hearing recommended for approval, rezoning 2743 Northwest 199th Street from R1 to R1ZL. Councilman Stonecipher, no one is signed up to speak.
Thank you, Your Honor. The purpose of this application is to allow single-family residential development. On June 22nd, the Planning Commission unanimously approved the recommendation to approve the application. There is no one I know of that's in protest here today, and so at this time, I'll move for its approval, please.
Got a motion and a second. Cast your votes. Passes unanimously. Item E was previously deferred, which brings us to item F, which is an ordinance on final hearing. It was recommended for approval, rezoning 3500 Southwest 15th from R1, R4, and SRODD to PUD 1922. Councilwoman Hammond, no one is signed to speak.
Yes, this was approved unanimously or recommended unanimously for approval by Planning Commission. I'll move for approval.
We have a motion and a second. Cast your votes. Passes unanimously. Item G, this is got a couple sub-items here. It relates to an ordinance on final hearing that was recommended for approval, rezoning 3622 Northwest 192nd Street from PUD 1111 to PUD 1945. That's item G2. And G1 is an amendment to the master design statement dated August 3rd that makes the changes here listed. This item was deferred on 3 separate occasions, and Councilman Stonecipher, no one has signed up to speak.
Thank you, Your Honor. I think it would be helpful, we deferred this last time so we could meet with some of the homeowners and discuss this. And we had that meeting, and I'd like Mr. Box, if he could, to come up and express the results of that meeting and what was offered. Thank you.
Good morning. David Box, 522 Colcord Drive. With me, I also have the folks from OnQ as well as their civil engineer. So as Councilman Stonecipher mentioned, we did meet with the neighbors. We met at the Grove Clubhouse, discussed the site plan, discussed the existing PUD. So as a quick reminder, this site is currently in a PUD 1111. That PUD allows for gas stations, but it is the smaller call it the 4-pump gas station. Also allows fast food, also allows what you would generally consider a commercial development. Now, the big difference being, in the current PUD, it is only a 15-foot building setback from the south property line to any potential building. So if you imagine what you would expect to see in a commercial development, you're going to see the dumpsters, you're going to see the grease traps, you're going to see the ugly part of a commercial development 15 feet off of that property line. What OnQ has done is designed the site in a manner that we have increased not only the setback, but a landscape buffer. So what we have required in the PUD is a 40-foot landscape buffer. In addition, we have added a significant number of trees and other plantings within that landscape buffer. We have 153 feet from property line to the building. So massive setback compared to what could be built today. One of the things that was requested of us at the neighborhood meeting was modifying our fence from a 6-foot to an 8-foot. My client agreed to do that. That's one of the amendments you see. So we now have an 8-foot fence on the property line. We have a 40-foot landscape buffer. We have maximized the landscaping within that 40 feet. In addition to this track 2, we maintain that 40-foot buffer. We're also required to go back to Planning Commission before any development could happen here. So given that we're on a state highway, given that we're on 192nd, that's a fully developed 4-lane road, this is what I think you would expect to find. But we think we've done a tremendous job of designing this site to accommodate those existing neighbors and push it as far away as possible. So with that, I'd be happy to answer any questions.
I think the one good thing about this, and we are hopefully seeing it more and more, is when we take the time to sit down and talk, a lot of good things come out of it. And in this case, a lot of good things came out of those talks, and that's why there are people not here today. Most importantly, I want to thank OnQ, the folks that own and run that, they were willing to throw in an additional $220,000 to do these things, and they didn't have to do that. And so if there's no questions, I was going to move for approval at this time.
I do have a question about, so I'm looking at this correctly. Were the TE, was TE number 4 included originally in this when we saw it last meeting?
Yes, and so the discussion at Planning Commission was, we will of course have, sidewalks along 192nd. This is a state highway. This is a significant drainage flume, and because it's an ODOT controlled highway, there is no opportunity for sidewalks along that state highway.
Where does that fee in lieu of go? Is that a staff question?
Yeah, that would be a public.
Yeah, we have a fund that we hold those fees that are collected, we hold those in there, and we can do, and it's collected by particular areas, drainage areas, and we can do improvements ourselves in those areas with those funds.
So it doesn't go into constructing sidewalks elsewhere?
Oh, I'm sorry. I was thinking along the drainage side.
Oh, gotcha, okay.
Yeah,
the fee in lieu of requiring sidewalks.
Yes, the same thing is true, that it
Okay.
can be used for sidewalks in other areas, yeah.
Interesting, thank you.
Yeah, sorry.
So again, at this time, I'd move for approval, please.
Okay, so we need to, first we're approving the amendment.
Yes, I'm sorry.
Yeah.
I
So
apologize.
your
Okay.
motion is taken to be for 11G1. This is the amendment to the master design statement.
Yes,
We
thank
have a
you.
motion and a second. Cast your votes. Passes unanimously. Now we're back on the ordinance on final hearing as amended.
Is there any other amendments that are necessary, or can I move to approve the ordinance for approval of the application?
You can move to approve the amendment, increase that height to 8 feet. So we encapsulated all those things that we agreed to within that amendment.
And your client's good with that?
Yes, sir.
Okay, all right. Then at this time, I'd move for approval of item 11G2, which is the ordinance.
All right. Got a motion and a second. Cast your votes. Passes unanimously.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right, 11H is an ordinance on final hearing recommended for approval, rezoning 14300 North Bryant from AA to PUD 1946. Councilwoman Nice, someone has signed up to speak. It's not clear to me what their role is, though.
Okay. I'd like to hear from the person who signed up to speak.
All right, that's William Silk.
Okay.
Good morning, Mayor, Councilwomen, Councilmen. I'm William Silk. I live at 13905 Plymouth Crossing in Wellington Park, immediately south of this development. We have met with the developer. They have made some concessions. We agreed to those. The reason I'm here today is to speak to an issue that doesn't directly happen during zoning, and it has to do with stormwater runoff. As you can see on the map on the screen, there is one pond in the development. There are two just below it that are in Wellington Park. The current property is pasture land, soaks rainfall directly into the aquifer. Once 80% of this site is covered, it's going to be with impervious paving and rooftops. It's going to increase the stormwater runoff. We heard this issue come up many times during Planning Commission issues while we were following this one. The City of Edmond has decided to impose their Title 23 on the developer For those of you that may not be familiar with it, it's a tightly, it's an ordinance within their documents that the developer will have to do a watershed study. And my only reason for being here today is to request that the council require the developer to provide that Title 23 study done for Edmond to the Oklahoma City stormwater planning folks. We have had several past instances and one recent instance where plan review did not adequately protect our neighborhood from stormwater runoff. And so I would simply ask for your request to the developer to provide that document and information to city staff. It's going to be a watershed issue. Once the water, it's not going to stop at the property line shown on this graphic. It's going to run downhill onto the ponds of Wellington Park. Our 175 homes does not have the funding to properly maintain the silt and erosion that can happen from the runoff into our ponds. And I'd simply request that you provide city staff with all the guns that they could possibly need in order to protect not only the property in Wellington Park, but the future buildings in this new development from stormwater. Be glad to answer questions if there are any.
Thank you, Mr. Silk. I appreciate you being here, and I know you sent an email as well, so I appreciate that. If you'll allow me, I'll get our city staff as well as the representative for the developer to speak to
And I
that.
believe you received a letter from a gentleman that worked 2 decades on this property about the known flooding on the Edmond side of this project.
Yes, sir, I did. I'm looking at that right now. Mr. Walker?
Yes.
Yes, I have it.
Okay.
Thank you very much. There's a couple of things that I do want to, before you come up to respond, that I want us to look at how we, or as far as these things. One was, I know we had a lot of emails, and first I want to thank those that reached out. One was a concern as far as the safety of the school children being able to have crosswalks and sidewalks to walk on. Another was traffic congestion, as well as that the main thing was that stormwater conversation. And another was about this landscape buffer. I have quite a few people that are asking as far as the buffer is concerned that we do not use wood, if there's a way for us to use a different type of material for that. So I know that's something that you can speak to, and also the green space and the trees that will be installed. So I know I'm throwing all of this on you right now, and that's because most of these emails came within the last couple of days. So I apologize that you have to respond to all of that. But I do want us to clearly make sure we're speaking to the concern that we heard from Mr. Silk and quite a few of our other residents, which is that stormwater runoff and what our procedure is. And I want to hear from our city side what our procedures and qualifications will be as well as we work through this type of process. And this is, I want to say, my first time dealing with a development that actually has both Edmond and Oklahoma City in it. Not to say, usually it's in Oklahoma City limits and we're on the boundaries of Edmond, but this time we're actually in Edmond with the rest of the development. So this is very unique, and also a learning curve for me to understand that Title 23 ordinance for Edmond and some of the things. And I know you all were able to meet with the neighbors and attended that Edmond council meeting, so there were some concessions, and I appreciate y'all doing that. But for me to still have received at least a few concerns, I'm hoping that we can get those addressed or answered before we do the vote.
Sure. David Box, 522 Colcord Drive. So to your point, Councilwoman, it is very unique that we've got one development that spans 2 cities, the majority of which is in Oklahoma City, but to Mr. Silk's concern. The benefit that the neighbors are going to get is there's only one way to do the drainage, and that's a holistic approach where the entirety of the project is designed to meet the criteria. Here, the benefit that the neighbors will get is the more heightened criteria will be Edmonds. So we're going to have to design this to Edmonds Title 23, which will serve as a benefit to this development and all the surrounding neighbors. We are absolutely happy to require that we submit whatever those calculations, whatever the study reveals to the city. We're also happy to submit them to Mr. Silk when that time comes. So I think that is a benefit. The uniqueness of this gets that benefit, that we will have to design it to the Edmonds heightened criteria, which will serve to benefit this whole area. But you can tell we've got this large pond in the middle, so we're aware that it exists. It'll be designed in a way to make sure that there's no adverse impacts. In terms of the sidewalk, the first time we had the neighborhood meeting, there was a request that we have no sidewalk. Of course, that wasn't tenable to us. We think sidewalks are helpful. We think it's going to be an important piece. What we are going to do is we've designed it in a manner where we've pulled the sidewalk off of the street so that there's a green space between the street and the sidewalk, and then there will be trees there. So rather than having that sidewalk butt up against the curb, which is kind of a dangerous situation given the flow of traffic on Bryant, we're going to separate it so it'll be curb, green space, and then sidewalk, which our hope is provides a safer path for pedestrians. There was a request that we build sidewalk for an entire mile. We can only build sidewalk on obviously the land that we own and control. We have no rights outside of that, but we will absolutely be building a sidewalk. In terms of the buffer, at the very first neighborhood meeting, there was a request that we provide a buffer from our single-family residential to the existing. I will say it's fairly uncommon that you would see that. Oftentimes, single-family next to single-family is a compatible use, and it's typically just a shared fence line. Our site was designed in such a way that we had the available space, and so we've provided a 20-foot tree buffer up against the single-family residential. And then what we've done is we've pulled the fence to our back lot lines. And so the neighbors on the outside of the plat will get the benefit of 20 foot of green space before they see a fence. So they're going to get all the benefit of that buffer rather than it being just a fence. Presumably they have a fence as well, but this gets them that extra buffer that you typically don't see in a single-family to single-family scenario. Additionally, when it comes down to the south, what we've asked to do, and Planning Commission agreed, rather than put a fence on our property line, which would require us to remove a significant number of trees, what we're going to do is we're going to put our fence on the disturbed area so that we retain that natural tree buffer as well as that drainage way. So we think that's a more prudent way to allow this development to move forward. I hope that answered your questions.
That answered some of them. I know as we look at the traffic congestion, I know, did you mention the light that you all will be installing?
So my client is willing to install a light at their cost. Now, the issue is it would have to be warranted. So in order to be able to do that, we'd have to do a traffic study that showed, based upon traffic counts, based upon whatever the criteria that exist for traffic, that it's actually warranted, and only then would the Oklahoma City Traffic Commission grant it. Here, it's a bit interesting. I don't know what the collaboration would look like, given where it would need to be located would be right on that dividing line between Edmond and Oklahoma City. But my client is willing to do that signal. I don't know if it'll meet warrants or not. I mean, Bryant is fully developed 4-lane, carries a decent amount of traffic, but it carries the traffic I think you would expect on a 4-lane road in this area.
Okay. I'd like for our city to respond as far as what that process would look like, just so we can make sure we're transparent about how this is going to move forward.
Thank you, Councilwoman. Eric Winger, Public Works Director. Would you like for me to respond to both the drainage and the traffic, or the traffic first?
Wherever you want to start.
Okay. So I think as you look at the new developments, and one of the things I think I need to comment is that at this point of approval, we don't have detailed engineering drawings that are able to be reviewed. That occurs after today. So should this move forward, we don't have the technical documents that will allow staff to do the full review. But you will find in the staff report that the comments that were provided by the Public Works Department, I just need to read a few of these just to give you the assurance that there's a lot of review that's going to follow should there be the approval. Storm sewers are going to be required, and everything that's placed within the city limits has to follow the city's drainage ordinance in Chapter 16. There's a lot of requirements in there that the engineer must meet. A flood and drainage study are going to be required to make sure that all of the residences that are proposed will not be flooded. There's also a drainage report that's going to be required to ensure that the pre- and post-development water surface elevations don't change. So they'll have to do a study of before anything's constructed, and then post what they propose to be constructed to show that there's not going to be an increase in that water surface elevation. Anything that's located within the floodplain is going to require a floodplain activity permit. We also have a Corps of Engineers requirement that is a part of this project. We also have that the common areas or any of the private drainage reserves have to be identified and maintained by the property owners since they're going to be private properties. And that the final plat is subject to all of these conditions. So although we can't do that review today, all those reviews will be required and the city's drainage ordinance will have to be met. From the traffic perspective, Mr. Box brings up a point. We do have signals in various locations in Oklahoma City that do cross municipal boundaries. In this case, we would simply just need to coordinate that effort with the other city. Maintenance typically on those is not shared. The responsibility is assigned at the time that it's constructed. In Oklahoma City right now, wherever the traffic control cabinet that actually controls the signal is placed, whichever property that is on, that is typically the city that manages that signal. So if it's located on the south side of the intersection, it would likely be Oklahoma City. North side would be Edmond.
Okay, thank you so much. I appreciate that. So Mr. Silk, did that answer your questions or concerns? Please come to the podium.
The one issue about students and the applicant moving his sidewalk back to the east off of Bryant does help move the students away from traffic. I would point out that the west side of Bryant has no access points and is all backyards of residences. There are no access points there. It's right-of-way that's owned by the city. So the suggestion from our neighborhood was that the sidewalk for the students moving from the school just at the upper left-hand corner down Bryant be put on the west side of Bryant in the right-of-way where there are no people turning into this development. It's a 4 or 5 foot wide sidewalk. The city could grant, I would think, the right to put it on the right of way. And that would greatly improve the warm fuzzies in the neighborhood.
Well, we definitely want the warm fuzzies. Mr. Winker, can you help me with that request?
So I can't recall, and I was just visiting with Jeff Butler, our planning director, too, that we've actually had that requirement to move the sidewalk to the opposite side of the street. Most of the ordinance information that I'm familiar with requires the sidewalk to be placed on the frontage of the property being developed. It's not to say that maybe that could not be done, but I'm not sure that we're able to make that response today without some additional research.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Go ahead.
The only other issue that I would mention is that the applicant does not want to plat the commercial development. They only want to plat the residential development. So there is no platting approval required. The developer has agreed to re-involve Wellington Park with some review oversight of the buildings in Tract 1, the commercial side, at some point in time, but there will be no plat on the commercial properties.
Okay. I think the protection would be in place if you all have that oversight committee for you all to be able to regulate some of that. Yes. And you all have agreed to that, the oversight? Okay. As far as those sidewalks are concerned, can you speak to that on your side?
So, I mean, our vision for this is to be a walkable environment. We think, well, one, we want sidewalks. We think sidewalks are helpful. We think they make pedestrian flow easier. Putting it over on the west side where there's no activity and just backyard fences, I mean, if the city wanted to do a project, they certainly could, but sidewalks are an important part of our development, so we want sidewalks within our development.
Agreed. And I appreciate you all for making sure that we have sidewalks, and it looks like they are also going to continue through that Edmond side of this project.
Oh, yes.
Okay. The last question that I have for you, as we're dealing with the trees for the buffer, is it possible, as I'm looking, and just tell me yes or no, some people are asking for the tree planting process to start as soon as you are able to do that because they would like to see mature trees in order to fulfill that buffer that they're asking for. What does that look like, and can that happen? And also the other part of the buffer with wood, not being able to use wood, but being able to use stucco or some other type of material.
So stockade fence is what we need to be able to use. In terms of the planting, the problem if you plant up front, you are likely to damage the trees during the construction process. So anytime you see a home built, the trees are kind of the last thing to be planted because you've got irrigation in place and other landscaping in place, and so the dirt is settled at that point. So planting up front would just increase the likelihood that the trees wouldn't survive.
David, I have a question.
Yes, sir.
The 20-foot buffer on the east and on the south?
Yes.
That are going to have a fence and a fence?
No, and so that they're going to, the existing neighbors get that benefit of it's a 20-foot buffer and then the fence.
Well, but do they have a fence as well?
I believe they do have current
So
fences.
we've got a 20-foot alleyway that who takes care of? I guess what I'm getting
So
at
they'd
is
have, yeah. So
the
these
HOA
folks-
takes care of the,
or the individual lot owners, because unlike sometimes you have kind of a locked out area where you can't get to, that's not the case here because of the common area that exists. So there's access to be able to maintain.
okay.
Okay, so with all of that being said, there are still going to be strict regulations, even with what the neighbors have asked me to do, that you all will have to abide by regardless. So I think that's very important. This Title 23 ordinance, are you all familiar with that?
Yes.
Okay, briefly explain what that is.
That's just Edmond's drainage ordinance.
Okay,
It's
their
in their
drainage.
Title 23.
And that's our Title 16. Okay, so very similar as far as the responsibilities that will have to be mirrored between Edmond and Oklahoma City. So I wanted, Mr. Silk, I wanted you to be aware of that. Our Title 16 is similar to the Title 23 for Edmond. So we'll continue to work through that. And I would like to make sure and ensure if it's in the language for this oversight committee, neighborhood oversight committee, is that in the language in the master design?
So we have specific plan requirements. In Edmond, we have requirements for site plan approval, which is a noticed hearing. We have obviously plating, which is a noticed hearing. So there will continue to be engagement with the neighbors because there are multiple other public hearing approvals that will be needed before we can ever turn any dirt.
Okay. And if there's any other concerns that you have, Mr. Silk, please don't hesitate to let me know, okay, as far as this is concerned. And I think because it's actually a good thing that's in two cities that you have to kind of double approve the things that are being done, so to make sure that they're done right and for this part of our community. So for that, I will ask that we move for approval. And I will ask that Mr. Silk in the neighborhood at Wellington Park, if you all continue to keep me in contact about how this is progressing and the things that we may need to revisit if there is a need to do that.
All right, we have a motion and a second. Cast your votes.
Thank you.
Passes unanimously. All right, now we're on item 11I. This is an ordinance on final hearing recommended for approval, rezoning 6501 South Air Depot Boulevard from PUD 1406 to PUD 1955. Councilman Stone, no one has signed up to speak.
Nobody signed up to speak? Thank you. This is a very exciting project, actually. It's going to be some multifamily housing over next to Tinker Air Force Base, which has a huge need over there. I mean, it's the biggest single-site employer that we have in the state, and frankly, there's just not a lot of available housing in the area. There was one concern raised over off like 61st and Voorhees, where they're having some drainage issues over there. And I've asked the Director of Public Works to look into that to see what the case with it is. There's a city-built drainage, concrete line drainage channel that feeds into their Crutcho Creek drainage, which is not concrete lined, and it's created some issues over there. But in discussions that I've had with the leaders of this project, I don't think it's going to have a negative impact on that. So with that, I will go ahead and move for its approval.
Got a motion and a second. Cast your votes. Passes unanimously. Okay, item J is an ordinance on final hearing, rezoning 9102 Northwest Expressway from R1 to SPUD 1524. Councilman Carter, no one has signed up to speak.
I move for approval.
I like it. Got a motion and a second. Cast your votes. Passes unanimously. Item 11K is an ordinance on final hearing recommended for approval, rezoning 7701 North Council Road from R1 and AE2 to SPUD 1532 and AE2. Back to you, Councilman Carter. No one has signed up to speak.
Okay, well, I also move for approval.
Motion and a second. Cast your votes. Passes unanimously. 11L is an ordinance on final hearing recommended for approval, rezoning 1915 North McKinley Avenue from R1 and Gatewood Urban Conservation District to SPUD 1533 and Gatewood Urban Conservation District. Councilwoman Hammond, one person has signed up to speak in protest.
Okay, can we have the applicant then I always like to make sure we understand what the proposal is before we hear concerns. So can the applicant please explain the project, please?
Yes, David Box, 522 Colcord Drive. Staff, could you put the aerial or the zoning map? So, oh boy. This is in the Gatewood area. There are streets that exist on that map. They're not showing. I promise. And if you saw an aerial, what you'd see is it's a vacant lot, kind of mid-block. And what you've seen in a lot of applications recently in the core is an infill development where we are trying to achieve slightly greater density. It is worth noting that this application is in conformance with the comprehensive plan because it is designated in the urban medium LUDA. And so urban medium, of course, is asking for more density, more intensity, and also asking for different types of housing. To create a diversity of housing types. And so what you see before you is a duplex concept. At the Planning Commission, there were some protest letters that were submitted by the individual that lives to the south. We had correspondence with that person. He identified some encroachments that exist on the northern side of our property, so we slid the structure slightly to the south. So I think what you're going to hear is when we slid it to the south at their request, they now don't like the proximity of the building. I think what's important to that discussion is it's zoned R1 right now. If somebody came in and put a single-family home, what they'd be required to have is a 5-foot side yard setback. 5-foot side yard setback is exactly what we have now. So we meet R1 standards as it relates to setback, height, screening, and all those things. They also are going to lodge a complaint about the potential to have cars parked on the street. Dan Govine, who's the Ward 6 Planning Commission member, actually lives in Gatewood. We've had several times where he has made the comment, you know, when you live in Gatewood, that's just kind of what you would expect to see, are cars parked on the street, the proximity to the plaza and all those things. cars are parked on the street. Now, with that said, we do adhere to the zoning code's requirement for off-street parking. Each unit will have 2 separate parking spaces. So we will have adequate parking for each unit, 2 per dwelling unit, so a total of 4 on-site spaces for this duplex. So an R2 duplex in the middle of Gatewood next to Plaza is certainly in keeping with what I think our policy goals are as a city to increase density in the core, especially on a parcel that's remained vacant like this for some time. So Planning Commission unanimously recommended approval. Staff recommends approval with TEs that you see before you on your site plan, and I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Okay. Do you want to hear from the resident now?
Please, yeah.
Maggie Bardison?
Hello, Mayor and City Council. My name is Maggie Bardusin, and I am the owner of the property directly south. And the gentleman that Mr. Box was referring to is my husband, who is an architect and also the owner with me. And we also are here on behalf of the resident who owns the property to the north. So I haven't seen the proposed site plan that we're familiar with, but we have roughly 6 general objections and then some potential solutions as we see it. So the movement of the building to the south and within the 5-foot setback is not so much our concern. Our main concern is the potential parking. The drawings look fabulous. It looks like a beautiful building, but I think they're a tad bit misleading. It looks like a building out in the middle of nowhere, but it's actually a very small lot. It's 50 feet wide by 100 feet deep. So here's some of our concerns about the site plan as we've seen it, which I, again, haven't seen up there. The ordinance does not allow for 2 driveways on a lot of this size, and 2 driveways, as you can see, are proposed there. The most recent site plan that we've seen includes an 8-foot, 6-inch wide driveway, which is less than the national average parking width space. It will not accommodate 2 cars that are having to go around each other to get into their space. Our third issue is splitting the north driveways, and that's in regard to our neighbor to the north. Instead of continuing the adverse possession space that's the current shared driveway condition, it's not functional because the second car won't be able to get in or out of the driveway without driving over the landscape strip that's between 115 and 117. If it's difficult, the tenant will end up parking on the street. Similarly, the additional parking space on the south, again, we can't see it on these drawings, but it's not functional for the same reason. It shows a car that is parked at 90 degrees, and again, the car can't get in there without hitting something or running over the landscape. Additionally, the parking space that was shown is approximately 21 inches from the columns that are supporting the entry roof, which is not a safe distance for pedestrians to pass or for the vehicle to park.
You have 30 seconds remaining.
Okay. Finally, having all concrete in front of the house with no planner to break it up is not aesthetically acceptable to us. So the ordinance requires 6,000 square feet per unit, but the SPUD request is for 2 units on 5,000 square foot lot area, and therefore concessions and improvements need to be given. First concession, we are asking for 4 stalls instead of 2. There will be 2 units, 4 bedrooms to be rented. Secondly, we'd like to maintain the adverse possession of the shared driveway to the rear of 1917, which is the property to the north. And the third thing is we would request that the council add that they're required to add verbiage to the lease of any tenants that would prohibit the tenants of this property from parking in front of our home. It's a tight street, tight area, small lots, and we don't want to live next to a parking lot, even though the building looks beautiful and we hope something similar to that design is built. That's my story, and I'm sticking with it.
Thank you. I guess some of this is potentially addressed by the developer, maybe being willing to make those concessions. Can you speak to those and let us know? Because I know some of them are not required by code, and so a lot of these spuds are negotiations. So just want to see what you would be open to.
So the concern about having two separate drives, to have only one drive would exacerbate the concern that they have about on-street parking. Having the two drives and the site plan that we've got, I'll hand out a copy. Shows that 4 cars can be parked. They are single-lane driveways, so I think the concern is people won't park in tandem, and therefore people will park in the street. Most of our historic neighborhoods in this city are single-lane driveways. I live in a house that has a single-lane driveway, so the shuffle of cars is something that happens all of the time. So we believe by having the 2 driveways, each for the dedicated unit, will solve that problem because we will be able to have 2 spots per unit. These are public streets. People are allowed to park on public streets. My understanding is that the folks to the south, they don't live there. They've been operating it as an Airbnb for some time. My guess is that at some point during their operation of their Airbnb that people parked on the street, because again, they are public streets and cars are allowed to park on public streets. Sarah, would you mind going to the rendering again? In terms of the front, so we do believe that we've got adequate landscaping in front. One of the reasons we designed the drive the way we did to avoid a big, long, circular drive, which would be allowed by code, is to increase the amount of green space that we have in front. So by designing it in this way, we've actually increased the green space compared to what the code would have us do if we had a large kind of 1980s style circular drive with big sweeping curves. So we actually think we've done a lot to try to make it a more attractive landscape design by having it in this design.
Okay. Let me ask staff about, can you kind of speak to some of those items as far as what this, I think specifically about like how parking is like the ordinance not necessarily requiring certain types of parking. Can you kind of speak to whether what is sort of legally written in here holds them to what Mr. Box is saying as far as the lane widths and the number of spots on the actual property itself?
Yeah, so Jeff Butler, Planning Director, as it's written right now, the Planning Commission wanted to make sure that there was the concern about the parking and it being kind of as much space as it was needed, and also getting it back behind, to the extent possible, behind the facade of the building. So that's why the TE is written that way, so that the parking goes a little bit further beyond, so that would allow the tandem parking. And yes, it would be tandem parking, which, I think, as Mr. Box said, that's, some people may elect to park on street as well. So it could be that in practice, people end up using, a single car per driveway and 2 cars on the street. There's really no way for us to kind of enforce that.
Okay, I think based on all of that I've heard, I do think I very much agree with Planning Commissioner Govin that we live in an urban area and our streets are public. So I'm not necessarily inclined to sort of make requirements tied to the property as far as on-street parking. I will say that based on some of the concerns that I hear related to on-street parking in Gatewood regarding when Plaza has large festivals and things, if nothing else, if folks that are living here might be parking on street, they're taking up spots that folks that you can't track down to say, can you please move out of my driveway? Because I know that it is a constant maintenance issue of making sure people are being neighborly when they're coming to the neighborhood to go enjoy things in the plaza. But there might be more opportunity to catch somebody that actually lives here to say, hey, you're kind of encroaching on this or that. So kind of a lot of what I'm hearing you say, I think, can be probably addressed after approval of this, as far as like negotiations between neighbors and conversations between making sure people are being neighborly and considerate of other folks, but that it is public space and to sort of legally require some of this seems kind of out of the purview of the zoning case itself. So I will ask that Mr. Box, if you can stay in touch with Ms. Bardusin, I wanted to say it right, just as, you know, whoever you're representing, that as they're leasing it out, that there's opportunities to have good back and forth about who's moving in and just making sure that they're able to respect and have a line of communication to one another. So I will move for approval with that.
We have a motion and a second. Cast your votes. Passes unanimously. All right, 11M is an ordinance on final hearing recommended for approval, rezoning 1213 North Kelham Avenue from R1 to SPD 1534. Councilwoman Nice, no one has signed up to speak.
Thank you. This application is to allow, which number N, for, oh, I'm all confused here. Which one is it? M, for that single family residential. So this is really just to move this housing for a single family home, the area for it. So with that, I will go ahead and move for approval.
We have a motion and a second. Cast your votes. Passes unanimously. All right, item N is in two items. It's related to an ordinance on final hearing that was recommended for approval, rezoning 1131 Northwest 5th Street from R3 to SPD 1537. And then that's item N2. And then N1 is an amendment to the master design statement dated July 7th, which accomplishes what is described here. Councilwoman Hammond, no one has signed up to speak.
Yes, I've had communication with the applicants and staff about the amendments, and would like to make a motion to make the amendments essentially as my first step.
Got a motion and a second on the amendment. Cast your votes. Amendment passes unanimously.
And then I would like to move the ordinance as amended.
We have a motion on N2. That's got a second. Cast your votes. Passes unanimously. All right, 11O is an ordinance on final hearing recommended for approval, rezoning 8800 North Kelly Avenue from R1 to SPD 1538. Councilwoman Nice, someone has signed up to speak. I don't know what their role is.
Is the applicant present? No? I'm going to assume not. Okay, we'll hear from.
So the person who signed up to speak is Anthony Campbell.
Okay, Mr. Campbell.
Yes, Council. Anthony Campbell, 1001 Clover Lane in Macquarie Heights. I'll be speaking for myself and some longtime friends and neighbors in Macquarie Heights, that little horseshoe area that has about 40 residents, and most of the lots are half acre or more. I own the property next door to this subject property, and right now my property is a vacant lot. I purchased this property with hopes of building a single-family home there. I got the notice in the mail that the property is not included in the within the area proposed to be rezoned, but I'm joined to this property by 220 feet of shared property line, so I'm affected by whatever decisions is made today. Most of the residents in Macquarie Heights, because of the large lots, they moved here because of the large lots, and that's something that's hard to find anymore, and they're awfully hard sought after right now. Over 90% of the residents of Macquarie Heights signed a petition opposing the rezoning of this. Nevertheless, the Planning Committee, in the spirit of providing more affordable housing, approved it. And we understand that. We're not arguing about that. We also understand that the parties requesting this zoning are investors. And we just want to say, in fact, we're investors also. We have our lives invested here in Macquarie Heights, some over 30 or 40 years. And if you go drive around that neighborhood, you'll see the investments that's being made there, that's been made, and in this little community. If we put these two duplexes here, which what they're proposing to do, on one single-family lot, we'll be putting 4 families there. We feel that won't have anything invested. They won't have the mortgages, first and second mortgage, home improvement loans, and all the things that we've been putting in to the neighborhood to make it better. And along with the lack of investments, we're concerned about the lack of adequate parking. You know, even though their plans, show that they feel they have enough parking.
30 seconds remaining.
Okay. Let's see. We'll conclude this. If they're going to go ahead and allow for this, we'd like to have them build a 8 to 10 foot fence around their complex on the south, east, and the north sides of the complex. And we're concerned about parking. We'd like to have no parking signs on Clover Lane, 150 feet leading up to Kelly. And if they're allowed to get city sewer in that section, we'd like to have that access also. That's all I have.
Okay. My question to you, Mr. Campbell, I know there was a community meeting or two. Were you able to attend, and did you get to talk to the developers?
No, we never connected with the developers before the planning was approved. I'm not sure why. I had some personal health issues, so I wasn't able to be part of that.
But the neighbors did, the rest of the residents?
Yeah, we did have somebody come up in the planning meeting, and so.
Okay. Well, I see there is, as far as the access point, there was a technical evaluation made where the access point shall only be from Kelly and not Clover Lane.
Right.
So you're okay with that?
Yes, yes. What we're concerned about is once there's not enough parking in there, it's going to spill out over to Clover Lane with all of their heavy equipment trucks or whatever they have that they don't want in that complex to be put on Clover Lane, which will be close to where we're trying to get in and out of Kelly.
Okay.
And then also, we don't feel like there's enough green space inside for recreation and that sort of thing. And with 4 families, we're concerned about kids spilling out into the neighborhood.
Well,
That's the reason we're wanting the fencing, and we're looking for something we don't have to revisit every 2 or 3 years, the construction of that fence.
gotcha. Well, because we're asking for fencing, that's not something that was asked for from the Planning Commission. So
Right.
I'm going to have to ask, if we're going to have that conversation, I'm going to have to defer it to talk to the owners of, the developers of the property to ensure that they would be willing to do that. So I'm happy to do that, but I will need to make sure they're okay with that before we can request it. Are you okay with me doing that?
Yes.
Okay. So what I'll do is I'll ask that we have 2 weeks so I can speak to this developer and look at the technical evaluation that you have asked for, and see if we can get that added to this master design statement into this application, and we'll move forward from there, okay?
Sounds good.
All right, so I'm going to ask that we defer this for 2 weeks so I can speak with the developer, and also talk to a couple more residents within the neighborhood.
All right, the motion is to defer item O for 2 weeks. Have a second, cast your votes. Deferral passes unanimously. All right, 11P is an ordinance on final hearing recommended for approval, rezoning 4917 Northwest 10th from C3 to SPD 1541. Councilwoman Peck, no one is signed up to speak.
Thank you, Mayor. As you said, Planning Commission recommending approval with the technical evaluation, so I'll move for approval.
Got a motion and a second. Cast your votes. Passes unanimously. Okay, item Q is an ordinance on final hearing. It was recommended for approval, establishing a special permit to operate an automotive and equipment, automotive dealerships and malls use in the C3 district at 9701 Northwest Expressway. Councilman Carter, one person has signed up to speak in favor.
Okay, let's hear it.
Charlie Robillard.
That doesn't happen often.
It just says approval. Could be the applicant.
I represent the applicant. So my name is Charlie Robillard. Good morning, everybody. I represent Mobility Works, and we're a national automotive dealer, but we specialize in wheelchair accessible vehicles, and we install and modify vehicles for people with disabilities, both commercially and for private use. So we're not a traditional automotive dealer, to speak. Our volume is relatively low, but we're asking for the special permit to be granted to operate here in Oklahoma City.
Well, we definitely need more of that. And you happen to be right in a corridor where it's nothing but car dealerships, so I think you'll fit in perfect. So
I'm sorry, I couldn't hear you.
I said, thank you. I'm going to move for approval.
Thank you.
All right, we have a motion and a second. Cast your votes. Passes unanimously. All right, item 11R was previously deferred. Item 11S was previously deferred. Item 11T is the public hearing regarding the ordinance relating to streets and sidewalks, et cetera. This relates to impact fees, was presented at our last meeting. This is the second of 3 meetings for this potential ordinance change. Amy, has anyone signed up to speak under this public hearing?
No, they haven't.
They have not, and so we will advance to item U. U1 is the public hearing regarding the dilapidated structure here listed. Item B is what remains. Amy, has anyone signed up to speak under this public hearing?
No, they haven't.
And so we will advance to item U2, the resolution declaring the structures are, or the structure is dilapidated. We have a motion and a second. Cast your votes. Passes unanimously. All right, item 11V is a public hearing regarding unsecured structures here listed, except for those previously struck. Amy, has anyone signed up to speak into this public hearing?
No, they haven't.
They have not, and so we will consider the resolution at V2 declaring that structures are unsecured. We have a motion and a second. Cast your votes. Passes unanimously. Item 11W is a public hearing regarding the abandoned buildings here listed, except for those previously struck. Amy, has anyone signed up to speak under this public hearing?
No, they
They
haven't.
have not, and so we will advance to W2, the resolution declaring that the buildings are abandoned. We have a motion and a second. Cast your votes. Passes unanimously. All right, 11X is a public hearing regarding a joint resolution with the Oklahoma City Economic Development Trust approving an allocation not to exceed $200 million in ad valorem tax increment and $5.5 million in sales and use tax increment from tax increment district number C, et cetera. Amy, has anyone signed up to speak into this public hearing?
No, they haven't.
They have not, so we will close the public hearing. And now we're at X2. This is the joint resolution with the Oklahoma City Economic Development Trust approving an allocation not to exceed $200 million in ad valorem tax increment and $5.5 million in sales and use tax increment from tax increment district number C. This relates to what is commonly called the Boardwalk Project. This was presented at the last meeting, so today would just be time for discussion or questions or potential vote.
I'm sure there'll be a motion in a minute, so I'll just explain my thoughts on this project. And I know there's been a lot made of, and a big focus of their presentation was on this workforce development and sort of mixed income affordable housing piece of the project. And I find it, it's especially working a lot with the local service agencies and nonprofit community, it's a tad insulting that this group from out of state is able to come to us and sort of not really present any outcomes or data about the work they do, but we often have to, we send our, we talked about it earlier with Chris Varga saying that a lot of these projects that applied for funding are now going to probably, that we weren't able to fulfill with the ARPA funding we had allocated, are going to have to go through this now more rigorous, onerous application process for, a tiny fraction of what this allocation is. That has to do with legitimacy of their operations, outcomes, a lot of information. And regardless of all of that, my main contention with most of these, as I've said before, these deals is that we don't have a requirement for affordability and mixed income as part of these projects. And so it's very nice to hear that a private developer is interested in partnering with a nonprofit entity to do this sort of work. But there's still nothing tying them to require them to do that. If they decided in 2 years as their prices go up or they work on construction or whatever, that they wanted to scrap all of those ideas and just do something completely different, they could do that. There's nothing binding them to this funding, the access to this funding over time to those promises. So that's going to be my continual refrain on these deals, and just wanted to make that known as we discuss this specific one.
Yeah. I was really close to being able to support this item. My worry is the workforce affordable housing component. Again, there are no parameters within the agreement. We don't have a lot of those outcomes in front of us. And I think while I was encouraged to see the subsequent outreach as I requested to our assistant city manager and Lindsay regarding the key to home and the direction we're rowing here, it just strikes me as still a bit of a missed opportunity to partner with local groups to do this work. In fact, it strikes me it's not even about a partnership. It could have literally been one of our local entities that has this familiarity with this work. And it's intensive work, the case management part of it. So, but at the same time, I also want everyone to understand how much, for me, density, building up, infill are priorities. I just think we have to be way more intentional when it comes to who the service providers are, their experience, their documented experience, and those outcomes being part of the deal. Not just part of the deal, but prioritized within the deal. We just heard a whole back and forth earlier as it related to Lottie and 13th. The distrust that residents have about who owns the property and the tenant within that property. It's just a missed opportunity, unfortunately. And yet, I remain hopeful as we create our next bond package that we remember moments like this and we remember the significant work that needs to go in on the front end in pairing case managers, service providers with the project itself. That's the only way this is ever really going to work, and we're really going to get to functional zero with homelessness. So just wanted to say that.
Okay.
Has anyone signed up to speak?
They have not?
Yeah, I think it's important to put in the record that we are going to have approximately 900 residential units as a result of this development, approximately 59,000 square feet of retail space, a workforce development training center, parking garages, which are really needed in Bricktown. And we have a Madison Capital Company, if you've vetted them at all, is a well-known developer, not only in the United States, but in Europe. They are investing $550 million into this project. And so I want that to be a part of the record, and I want to move for approval.
Before we vote, and you all are welcome to approve this deal, but since we're talking about the public record, people should read non-doc right now and see what the public record shows in terms of that workforce development partner you're citing. It's very important, Mark, that
I've taken a look at that issue.
I just want the public, because something I worry about a lot is it must never come across as anti-development when a no vote like this happens. It is about smart development that comes with measurable outcomes and a track record. And that is unfortunately missing on the workforce development side of it for me. And there is documentation of that. Go to non-doc right now.
Okay. Well, if there's no further comments, we've got a motion and a second. Joy, nobody knows the system better than you, and I do not have a slip for you.
I didn't realize I got here late because of a doctor's appointment. I apologize, I didn't see it in the.
I mean, it is noon, Joy. Is it really that?
Yes, it is. It's super important.
Come on, just make it fast. Right there, it's fine. Or yeah, the one that has the handheld. I'm sorry.
Who is actually going to be running the workforce development? Is the state? Is the city? I understand that y'all want to vote before this development, but this is one of the developments that I've talked about, the 3 developments. Okay? Please look at Mr. Cooper. Like you're saying, the workforce development, is the city, state, or county going to be running it, or is it going to be a private development? I know lots of history about Oklahoma City. A lot of these workforce centers, job centers that's been privately developed have gone out of business and stuff. And we'll be back. Thank you.
Thank you for making it brief. All right, we have a motion and a second. Let's cast our votes. This is for item X2. Passes 7-2, and I'm going to step away, and Vice Mayor Stone will be in charge. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, that brings us to item Y1, resolution authorizing the municipal councilor to confess judgment without an admission of liability in the case of Jason Bedell as guardian ad litem for Ruby Jones versus City of Oklahoma City et al. And we can take a motion on that one. We have a motion and a second. Please vote. The item passes. Brings us to item Z1, a joint resolution with Oklahoma City Municipal Facilities Authority authorizing the firm Collins, Zorn, and Wagner, P.C. to represent city employees Jesse Childers, Dustin Willis, Taylor Garcia, Brandon Lee, Adrian Dominguez, Solis, and Damon Jacobson in the case of Kelly J. Barleen versus Oklahoma County Criminal Justice Authority et al. We can take a motion and a second one on that one. Item Z1 passes as well. Brings us to 11AA, request to enter into executive session to discuss collective bargaining negotiations for fiscal year 23 and 24 with the Fraternal Order of Police Lodge 123, the International Association of Firefighters Local 157, and the American Federation of State, County, and Municipal Employees Local 2406. We can take an item, a motion to move that to executive session. We have a motion and a second. Please vote. And the item will be moved into executive session. We'll go to that after item 13, citizens to be heard. Brings us to item AB, 1, claims recommended for denial. Has anyone signed up? If not, we can move to AB2. Excuse me. We can go ahead and vote on that item. We don't need executive session. We have a motion and a second. Item AB1 passes. Brings us to item AC, claims recommended for approval. We have both A and B. We can take a motion on the approval of those. Please vote. And the item passes. Brings us to item 12, comments from council. We'll go a little backwards today and start with Ward 8, Councilman Stonecipher.
Thank you, Your Honor. Just briefly, I read last week, and I think it's important. I want to mention it to Craig, our staff, and our employees. Oklahoma City was named one of the best-run top 50 cities in America. In fact, we were ranked number 11 overall, and so I say it once, I say it twice, I say it over and over again. We have an incredible staff. We have an incredible group of employees, and we have great leadership, and so I think that's a great honor. The second thing I wanted to mention, if you didn't read the Journal record yesterday, our Oklahoma City tourism is just going like gangbusters. We have blown away the numbers from pre-pandemic, and I think that's something that we need to tell people when we're at HOA meetings, to encourage people to come to Oklahoma City and visit us. And I think, you know, the Daily Oklahoman did an article last week, the 25 things you need to do while you're in the city. Share that with people, get people to come to the city. It really helps our economy. Thank you.
Thank you. Ward 7, Councilwoman Nice.
Thank you. First, I wanted to say thank you to T.O. Bowman for the opportunity to participate in the heat mapping study. I'll just say it was fun and interesting at the same time to travel the miles that they had for us at 6 o'clock in the morning on Saturday. We were up and early and at 'em. And unfortunately, I broke the little machine. I know, so shame on me. But to be able to participate, I I can't explain that process, you know, it was just fulfilling to be able to be a part. And the route that we ended up driving, while I know there were certain places, I wasn't able to get the Northeast Quadrant, which I knew was also a part of the study, but we were at Lake Stanley Draper. So we were way out in the area by the airport and past the airport, and traveling some areas that I hadn't seen. But also, it helped me to realize when I listened to my residents in my rural areas that there were some rural streets that we were in that are also, that aren't paved, they're gravel. So it helped me to realize the understanding of what's happening in other parts of our city in relation to the urban versus some of our rural parts of our communities in our city and how it operates. So very grateful, again, that I was able to do that. I wanted to also commend the Community Health Centers of Oklahoma on their 50th anniversary that they celebrated this past Thursday at Metro Tech. And I think it's very important for us to realize we celebrate variety care and places such as that, but there would not be any of these type of health centers had it not been for the efforts of 5 women in 1973 that actually went to the Capitol to speak on the importance of having this type of initiative and effort in Oklahoma. And that started Mary Mahoney in the Spencer Dungy area, which now is Community Health Centers, and they have about 7 locations that span over 4 different counties. So that idea from these 5 women, has helped to spur the way that we take care of ourselves as well as our neighbors. So that was some history that I did not know, and I was very, very grateful that one of the founders was there to even speak on that. And one of the comments that she said was that will always stick with me: we should all be hooked on health. And those women in the 1970s knew that in order for us to be healthy, that's the only way for us to be able to be great as far as generationally, in order for us to provide for our families and do the things that we need to do. So that was a lot of fun. This weekend, a couple things also occurred. So it was a busy Saturday. Intentional Fitness had their health and wellness fair around the market in a 5K that evening. I wasn't able to attend that, but we did have the 2nd annual River Bowl. And when I tell you, that was such a fun occasion to be around this part of our community with all of the boat racing and even the dragon boats for folks who probably would never come to the river on any other occasion. It was a lot of folks there, I'll say that. And I believe Star Spencer took it home. So they get the bragging rights this year. So congratulations to them. And I know it's the first day of school happened last week for quite a few of our students. So definitely wishing them well for this school year. And today our Eastside Fresh Market is having a back to school event from 4 to 7. And they're located in the area off of 63rd and going towards the Wellness Center that is located for the Oklahoma County Health Department. And something that resonates here in Oklahoma City, just as it resonates with everyone. Last week or this weekend, we celebrated the 50th anniversary of hip hop. And had it not been for hip hop, we wouldn't be able to have a lot of the things that we see as far as the expression of art, poetry, being able to have open mic, some of the dancing, all of the things. It created a movement, it created a culture. And so I say for Oklahoma City, that is also something to be celebrated. And the people, as well as the hip hop artists that are born and raised in Oklahoma City that have been able to make their mark across this country. And I speak of the one hip hop artist that I know that's near and dear to me that's doing some great things in our community, J.B. Williams, being one of those hip hop artists that was raised on hip hop. I mean, even for myself, before coming here, working at a hip hop station and understanding the complexities and the intricacies of music and how it relates to our communities and our generation and to the times that we're living in. Definitely want to pay homage to what it is and what it has brought. So I definitely wanted to do that. And I also want to say lastly that the conversation that we had earlier that pertained to that zoning application proves that there is still work to be done. And it also shows that just because you own things, you still have a responsibility to communities. You still have a responsibility to residents. You still have a responsibility to neighbors. And it's very unfortunate that the property owner doesn't think he belongs. And I would say the contrary is because he doesn't want to. And I think there's room for everyone. And for the fear of saying you're going to be shot, what about the people that live within that same community every single day? What about them? That's what I think about for someone that gets to leave that community every day to say, what about me? What about the people that currently live there? What about their concerns? What about the things that are not addressed? What about the things that currently we still need to have addressed? And the complexities that are continuing to be undermined because of someone who owns property and think this is what you deserve and this is not what you actually need. Those are the things that I wrestle with every time I have to deal with these types of zoning applications. So I hope you all understand. While some say, yeah, this is good, we have to always look at the circular piece of what this does to particular pieces and places that where people reside and have always faced conflict. If we continue to bring things and allow people that have allowed conflict to continue to build, what are we going to have? We're going to continue to have conflict. So I see on the contrary where there is something that can be done in retribution to being able to actually serve this community with this development. So I appreciate you all for allowing this to go back to the Planning Commission, for them to look at this again and do something better that incorporates the community in this particular development. Thank you very much.
All right, Ward 6, Councilwoman Hammond.
Yeah, I will echo Councilwoman Nice's. I did not get up nearly as early. I did the 3 to 4 shift, but really want to thank Tio and Sarah and the planning department. I think I saw like a little bit of the planning work they did to pull this all off, but I'm sure it was like barely scratching the surface as to all of the different people, routes, partner locations, partner organizations. So I know there's probably a million people that I'm not thanking for that effort, but I'm very excited about the data that it'll bring for us to apply for grants, have more targeted data about areas of our city that really need heat abatement addressed as we continue to have hotter and hotter seasons. And I also was a problem volunteer. Again, the hundreds of volunteers, it's for somebody who, if you've never organized a large scale volunteer effort, it is herding cats, and sometimes those cats are reading directions wrong and going to the wrong place. So I just really appreciate their patience and truly the monumental effort that was to pull that off with weather being a variable and all of those things. So really appreciate their work on that. And then I also want to thank the Fahad Khan with the Pakistan Independence Day Festival. They hosted their festival on Saturday evening at Scissortail Park. The weather held off and was actually kind of perfect because it was nice and overcast and not hot, just blazing hot like it has been some evenings. To enjoy really great food, lots of family-oriented activities and presentations. I learned a lot about a history I was barely aware of with the establishment of Pakistan as an independent nation, and just really appreciate their invitation and the ability to kind of get a peek into that community and make some connections as well. So really appreciate their work, and just congratulations on a really great event. Thanks.
All right, Councilman Ward 5, Matt Hinkle.
Yes, Being the new councilman, I got a chance to tour the only municipally owned fish hatchery in the U.S., and Scott Copeland and John Rayfield gave a great tour. And if you guys don't know where it is, I consider myself a savant in where things are in Oklahoma City, and I drove by this place 4 times trying to find it. But it's on the north side of the Hefner Dam, and it's fascinating what they do there with as limited resources as they have. They stock all of our ponds and lakes and fishing. They take police athletic kids fishing, give them fishing poles. And the John Rayfield guy that actually runs the place is brilliant. He knows what fish eat and how to plant that in the water to where they live and yada, yada, yada. And I want to tag on to Mark's comment about the national press in Oklahoma City, because Forbes magazine rated us 2nd out of the top 100 markets in places for young urban professionals to move. So we got beat by Des Moines, Iowa. Never been, but I think we got gypped out of the deal. So that's all for me.
Thank you. Ward 3, Councilwoman Peck.
So I've spent much time since your item earlier, Nikki, or Councilwoman Nice, contemplating what to say, right? So one of the hard parts about sitting up here is that we have the opportunity to listen to many different opinions and the exercise of people's First Amendment rights, which sometimes just really show their ignorance and hypocrisy. And it's unfortunate that Mr. Washington has this as a venue to do that. Sometimes it really is appalling in a lot of ways. It is always my hope that when I speak, which is pretty rare, that I do no harm. You know, we share our opinions up here in a way, the majority of the time, that are respectful and considerate of each other, and still sharing hard topics and difficult discussions. And it is my hope that in time, you know, citizens who have differing opinions than us, then they are persuaded to be kind humans and to treat humans like they would want to be treated. I know it's high hopes and oversimplified for very complex situations, but I couldn't just let today go and not share those thoughts that, you know, it's just real hard to listen to sometimes, and that it is not the future that we want for our city. That is not the appropriate way to treat humans or animals, for that matter. It's not okay. And that coming on the heels of our youth counselors sharing their concern about the mental health and safety for their classmates and their friends and their families is just really, the timing of all of that is profound, right? It's that sort of interaction that I can only imagine they're experiencing more than we do. And I hope that as a council that we can continue to move forward with our mental health initiatives, not only for our children, but for our residents, and that we can continue to be examples of things that are better than what we saw today. So that's all I've got.
Thank you. Ward 2, Councilman Cooper.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. First, I too volunteered with this heat island mapping. And Ward 2, I want to give you where I went. So, and I also want to say thank you to former State Representative Ryan McMullen, Aaron Wilder for joining me for that driving tour. So we started just east of Royal Rogers Park. They're on Northwest 36th Street. And we took the service road north into Mayfair West neighborhood, came out on May Avenue along where the Mayfair Village development exist. And then we went on to 50th Street. We went on to Independence North along the hospital, drove the service road down onto Northwest Expressway, and then along Founders Tower, Best Buy, SMB Burger. We went up to 63rd and May Avenue, where Burlington Coat Factory and PetSmart and Chick-fil-A and Half Price Books and Sprouts. We went along Belle Isle neighborhood, where the school is, where the library is. I mention these things because as someone who's knocked doors in those areas, I know what it's like to stand without a tree, to walk without a tree. I'll note, as I'm sure you all have already heard, I'm on NASA's website right now, but this is a direct quote. NASA data confirms what billions around the world literally just felt. Temperatures in July 2023 made it the hottest month on record. So while that's true, we also know that parts of South Africa, North America, and the Antarctic Peninsula were especially hot, experiencing temperatures around 7.2 degrees Fahrenheit above average. Overall, extreme heat this summer put tens of millions of people under heat warnings and was linked to hundreds of heat-related illnesses and deaths. The record-breaking July continues a long-term trend of human-driven warming, driven primarily by greenhouse gas emissions, that has become evident over the past 4 decades. According to NASA data, the 5 hottest Julys since 1880, just 10 years before the land run, 12 years before Oklahoma City incorporates. Those have all happened in the last 5 years. The hottest Julys since 1880 have been over the last 5 years. So when I see developments with giant parking lots, like where Best Buy is, that's a problem. That is a huge problem because, as you'll know from data, the sun hits the asphalt, the concrete parking lots, where when a lack of trees exist, or trees don't exist, there's nothing to mitigate that sun hitting the parking lots and then bouncing it onto our skin, onto our bodies, onto our children's bodies, onto our seniors' bodies, and everyone in between. I don't know about you all. July for me, despair. I felt the word despair in a way I have never felt before. If you did not feel despair last month, then I would challenge you to get out of your car. I would challenge you to, I'm serious, get out of your car. Get out of your car. Get out of your car and walk anywhere. Walk to the grocery store. Walk to your place of worship. Walk to the park. Then you'll know. Then you'll know. It seems unrelenting. My students used to tell me, middle school students, that climate change and racism were the 2 things highest priority on their minds. Not because I taught them that. That was that's their reality. So I was really proud of the work that Tio and Sarah set in motion by having us actually go out to find out where in our city, where specifically in Ward 2, is most in need of that harm mitigation brought to us by something that's so life-saving like the sun, but something that we've just seen an accelerant in terms of the damage that these greenhouse effects have had. And ultimately, the horrible decision-making which precedes this council in terms of allowing for developments to prioritize parking over people, cars over people. So my hope is that the next bond, as I've said previously, we will set aside dollars not just for trees, but to redevelop the strip mall parking lots, Shepherd Mall parking lot, the parking lot in front of Chick-fil-A and PetSmart and Burlington Coat Factory. Bed Bath & Beyond is going out of business right now. It's one of the businesses right across the street from where Chick-fil-A is. Go over there right now. Go over right now at 63rd and May. Go count the number of empty parking spaces. You'll lose count because they far outnumber any car, any truck, any van parked to visit those businesses. That is a waste of land. So I just really want to emphasize that. That is such a root of despair for me. And I experience it because I drive, that's where my cat goes to the vet, so I know 63rd and May very, very well. The second thing, I was able to join Councilwoman Hammond for the 76th Pakistan Independence Day, and it was a treat. It really was a treat seeing these kids dressed up as historical figures and then reciting information to us. They are so proud of Pakistan's independence, its history, the heritage, and proud to be a part of our American story as well. I think that's so cool. By the way, shout out to Sheesh Mahal, who was there. Sheesh Mahal is a restaurant in Ward 2. If you have not been, you send an email to Ward 2, let's go. It is truly top 5 place for me in terms of a place to eat. It is just so, so delicious. Butter chicken, cheese naan. My God, we are a lucky people in the city to have the foods that we do, like Sheesh Mahal. And then, let's see, I feel like, to Councilwoman Peck's remarks, I hear that. Let me just say this. I was taking some notes earlier, particularly based on what the Youth Council was saying about their concerns regarding anxiety, their class. By the way, a lot of people who, when they turn to vaping and cigarettes, it's usually because of that anxiety, right? It's the way they think in that moment to mitigate that anxiety. But the mental health concerns, the lack of access to resume creation, they said. When I asked earlier who in this room, which was much more full earlier, knew the oldest university, and no one knew it, it made me think about the history of mental health globally. Our philosophers, Confucius, 500 years before Christ, was one of the first people to ask us to think about how the mind works. So 500 years before the Christ figure. And to our knowledge, that is the first human who ever did that. To our knowledge. To our knowledge. Socrates, Plato, and Aristotle build on him a few years later. Ideas build on each other. The Buddhist around the same time. Japan won't do it till 671. Here's what I want you to know. I think there's a reason why our kids are suffering. There's a reason why mental health is at a crisis, and it is because from the time of Aristotle until literally Hobbes and Descartes in the 1500s, we stopped the study of the mind. We stopped it. That we stopped studying philosophy. We stopped studying psychology. If you're tuning out right now, my God help you, because what's wrong is we are about 1,200 years behind in our knowledge of how the mind works. And even when you get Descartes and Locke and Rousseau and Freud and these names in the 1800s, being able to use medical technology to better understand how our brains work, much of that was denied, that knowledge, to huge swaths of not just the American people, but people globally. I was looking up Ada Lewis Scipio earlier. 1948, that woman is trying to gain access to OU's law school. 1948, a black woman is trying to gain access to a law school, and we said, no, you don't get access to this knowledge. Well, what about her neighborhood? How much access did they get to knowledge? to mental health access, to the leading mental health knowledge of the time, to education. Spoiler, most of them did not. So, City Manager, this is where I will once again beat a drum that I hope you're hearing. Our youth council was asking for it as well, which is we need to do, as a city government, a more effective job. And I see this as, I'm optimistic we can do it. We have got to prioritize connecting our youth and their families, particularly in zip codes hardest hit by unemployment, underemployment, for the historical reasons I have just named. We have got to connect these kids and their families to the MetroTechs, OCCC, to the educational programs that will get them the skills they need, the transferable skills they need, so that they can be the business leaders, the entrepreneurs in this city. We've not ever done that. We've not done that. And that's what's ailing us. That's why a moment like this earlier can erupt. We have not prioritized connecting our people, particularly those in the hardest hit parts of town, to the MetroTechs. I just can't stress that enough. So my hope is that we're going to be looking at opportunities to do so. I believe strongly that the Thunder and this arena conversation is our opportunity to do just that. We can mimic, as we have talked about in private, and I am now saying in public, we can mimic what Milwaukee did by creating a hiring hall. They created a hiring hall. Not the communist, the Milwaukee Bucks, their owners, created a hiring hall. They operate the arena. And that hiring hall is so cool. It's so cool because what it did was it said at least 50% of the people who the folk would hire to build not just their arena, but their arena district, 50% of those people would come from zip codes hardest hit by unemployment, underemployment. They went further. Not only will those folk construct the arena, but the arena district, they called it, the entertainment plaza around the district. Those folk would go on to participate in an apprenticeship program, which you heard our own youth council earlier suggest we do as a city. That apprenticeship program says, I'm going to pair you with an electrician. I'm going to pair you with the tradesperson. So what is it? Do you need a license? Is it a 2-year degree? We're going to pair you, and you're going to build this arena and its district with us. You're going to collaborate with us. You are going to be truly building the Renaissance story's next chapter. And then when you're done constructing that arena, you now have a transferable skill you can take back to Southeast 59th Street, to Capitol Hill, to the Windsor District, to Britain District. You could work alongside Jenny Nguyen, a Ward 2 resident and business owner who makes delicious food at the restaurant in the arena. Well, pair someone with her. Her family owns Lee's Sandwiches, the Collective downtown. Bun Box is opening. Pair our children with someone like Jenny, so now they have culinary skills, and they can be creating the businesses that go on to win the James Beard Next Award, or Madure, these recognized restaurants that Councilman Stonecipher likes to reference, but you know, top 50 is what Madure is. Top 50 restaurant in the whole country. Our investments in our youth, in creating a hiring hall, prioritizing a hiring hall, would elevate our arena conversation. So this is not me being anti the creation, construction of an arena. I am asking us to finally make good on prioritizing the people in our city who have long been left behind by their governments, by corporations. We have an opportunity to create a hiring hall that doesn't just get them those skills they need, but connects them to the mental health services that we are putting in our youth centers, that we're going to be constructing in our new crisis centers. We got to connect these dots. We gotta connect these dots. So council, I've said these things in private to the city manager, to our mayor, in a letter, and now I'm bringing it to this horseshoe in public so that you all can hear what a community benefits agreement could actually be. We are hundreds of years behind. Hundreds. But I have faith.
All right, that brings us to Ward 1, Councilman Carter.
Yes, sir. I'd like to just give another shout out and echo everyone here with the youth council that we had this morning. And, you know, it's days like this when we get to read their biographies or what they're doing that make me really question how much I bring to this thing sometimes. But it really gives me a lot of hope for the future and for the people that will be sitting here after us. So, and I want to thank everyone who has tuned in today and is still sitting here, and their patience for everything that has gone on, and the endurance that you've done. So thank you so much.
Thank you. That brings us to item 13 on the agenda, citizens to be heard. Thank you again for your patience. I know it's been a very long, fun morning for you. I'm going to call you up. Please give us your address and limit your comments to 3 minutes. First is Brandy Jones and Victoria Kemp. Yes.
Either way. Oh, I was going to say, I know they had to leave, so they did let me know they were here representing the East End Merchant Association. Okay. So they wanted to formally introduce themselves to all of us. So they did wave to me and let me know they were leaving. So I just wanted to make sure I at least let you all know who they were.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
All right, next is Aaron Wilder.
Hello, I'm Aaron Wilder, 2208 North Brower Avenue. I'm here today to make a request for the public release of the new arena proposal. It's been a month since the mayor announced it at the State of the City, several months since I first read about it in the news, and several months since the Oklahoma County Election Board let folks know that the city attorneys were inquiring about a December election. It's kind of happy that Mayor Holt isn't here, because I'm really upset that my city councilor doesn't have more information for me about this proposal, and you all should be pushing on the mayor and the city manager to give you more details. I don't know why I have it written here. Pluralism, a condition where 2 or more groups, sources of authority coexist. You all should use your pluralistic and democratic part and participation in this horseshoe to get more details. Yeah, the mayor wants us to vote on this huge transaction in 119 days, but we have to see the proposal, release the proposal. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, next is Maureen Harvey.
Thank you for letting me speak. My name is Maureen Harvey, and I'm a leader with voice. It's been a month since Mayor Holt's State of the City speech, and we're wondering what the mayor has for us on the topic of the proposed maps for extension. We love the Thunder. We are concerned about the financing of a new arena. As taxpayers, we would expect to have basic information in order to make informed decisions and be able to talk to our council members about it. We would certainly not expect to vote on something this large and significant without solid, informed public involvement. If that information isn't available, should votes be delayed so that we have time to be good, informed voters? What we'd like to know is, how much are the owners of the Thunder, the people who will profit directly from this proposed arena, commit to invest in this arena? What is the dollar amount? What is the reasoning behind asking average Oklahoma City families, many of whom struggle to pay for a new arena for a team worth over $1 billion? How do families benefit? Do we become part owners of the team? What is the fundraising mechanism? One of the things that Oklahoma City residents have liked about MAPS is that the public money invested is only spent once it is received. It is, as the city's own website states, debt-free, pay-as-you-go projects. Is that popular and longstanding MAPS feature a foundation of this proposed extension? And that's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, up next, Ronnie Kirk.
My name is Ronnie Kirk. My address, 2328 North Missouri. As you see, I've been a 501(c) teacher for 17 years. I am the president of two functioning organizations, Men Association Foundation of Oklahoma City and the Ward 7 Justice Seeker. I know a lot about history, the history of Oklahoma, the history of Oklahoma City. The Texas mayor, governor, he said they taught the slaves and the Indians skills. Evidently, he don't know who built the Great Pyramids. Indians made moccasins. We call them boots nowadays. They've had teepees. We call them houses nowadays. The Africans build their homes out of mud and straws. They didn't even leak. You know, the Indians, the only thing they taught the Africans and the Indians, taught them how to speak English. Cut the Indians' hair off, where they couldn't even speak their own language. The blacks, the slaves, the only taught them is how to say yes, sir, and no, sir. They already had skills of their own. The Indians were medicine doctors. The Africans, medicine men. They were astrologists. They know how to read the sun, the moon, the stars. You know, everybody think, you know, the Europeans, you know, we can't
30 seconds,
change
please.
history, but we can go further in the future with the history of all the people and all the states. And thank you.
Thank you. All right, and finally, Joy Reardon.
Hello? There we go. I wanted to apologize earlier for my outburst with Mr. Washington. It was kind of disrespectful on my part. I do apologize. 9 AE with the city housing inspecting affordable homes. No one was saying anything about that. 9F is another, y'all approved zoning request for them that I'd like to see them, before they tear down the 8 families or whatever it is to build the on-queue, I'd like to see them build the homes before they do that. Because, prime example, 24th and MLK still sitting unused. And they promised this, what, 5 years ago? That they were supposed to start that project, and they still haven't done anything. That's my big pet peeve, is y'all keep voting to give housing money and stuff like that, and they still don't do anything that they're saying they're going to do. How about a little bit more oversight on this part? I don't know how many people either watching or on the city council actually noticed the quote-unquote bus drill they had last week with Embark and the streetcar. Obviously, no one learned from 95. I sat there and I watched a portion of it. If you're going to do real-world drills, let's do real-world drills, not some Hollywood production. And OSHA. Y'all keep, like I said, y'all keep giving them money and money. When are y'all going to dry up the bucket?
30 seconds, please.
Yes, ma'am. And the other thing is the scooters are getting worse. I can't seem to get y'all to understand that people with ADA stuff it's becoming worse on us. And one last point, and it's going to take me over my time, is I haven't brought this issue up in a while, but in front of our building at 9th and Robinson, they're making it a drag strip. People that are going over works down the street from us. This past week, past 2 weeks, we've almost had 4 residents run over, literally run over. I've called 911, OCPD, and everything else, and nothing seems to be getting done. What is it going to take? One of our residents getting killed?
Thanks, Joy. Appreciate
Thanks.
it. All right, with that, we will recess to our executive session. All right, that concludes our executive session. It brings us to the last item on the agenda. We are adjourned.